Mic check. Mic check.
Things. Wish she did listen. Where's that? Italy, you know, yeah. About a week. I don't know for about a week. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Is our pets?
Yeah, I noticed a random podcast. Thank you. No worries. We're doing some pull up us. The other left person. No, I here about a half hour too early.
All right. That was fun.
I'm very glad now. And I am assuming you're gonna be in the neighborhood.
I'll be.
Okay. At least one of my questions might be related to revenue requirements, but we didn't know that until.
That's what that is. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. No, that's no.
Yeah. Yeah, great look. Yes. You were right for the decision.
Beer or coffee? Buy either one.
Yeah.
Okay, don't do
If I could really work in it, so I would have to. It would be tough. If this, like, based on what we've got, it would be difficult.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
I would almost have to say, well, all I said.
So did they stop also?
Morning and welcome back to docket number 241004. Are there administrative matters before we begin this morning?
Good morning, Chairman Gillette. I believe towards the end of yesterday's hearing, Mr. Hurwitz was asked if he could confirm some information contained in LFE 56. And I believe not quite a read-in, but
Sure.
he does have that information.
Very good. Mr. Hurwitz, please.
Yes, thank you. We were able to confirm that the environmental remediation expenses reflected in LFE 56 are reflected in the ROE calculation.
Thank you.
Just one other matter, Chairman Gillette, and this is not a request yet, but just a sort of precursor to a request we may make later today, but we took a number of supplements and people have been working into the night on those. We're filing a number of them today. So at noon, at the lunch break or so, maybe we could check in on those. I may need to ask for till about noon on Tuesday, if any. I don't know whether any more will come today either, but so far we're on pretty good track, but just a heads up, we may have to ask for a little more time on those.
Understood. Thank you. And we can check in before we adjourn. Very good. Anything further from any other party or intervener? If not, I believe we're starting with the electric operations panel. So Attorney Vaughn, please.
Thank you. And I'll ask the panel members to each please state your full names and positions for the record, beginning with Mr. Pereira.
Good morning. I'm Armando Pereira. I'm Vice President of General Services.
Adam O'Loughlin, Senior Director of Investment Planning.
Chuck Hughes, Vice President of Electric Operations for UI.
Thank you. And the panel members were all previously sworn in and had adopted their materials.
Very good. Thank you.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
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 And for completeness to the panel, have you reviewed and do you adopt the responses to the following late filed exhibits sponsored in the area of electric operations, specifically late filed exhibits 33 through 41, 66 and 67, and 85 through 91?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
And do you have any updates, corrections, or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified for the record?
No.
No.
And do you adopt your late file exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The
Yes.
panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin cross-examination of this panel by the OCC, please. Attorney Wheel.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I actually only have questions about 2 late files, so we might be under our cross estimate on this panel. My first questions are about late file exhibit 37 and the attachment.
I'm there.
The first question is just for clarification. Were the EPRI membership costs part of the original application in this case?
No, based on the outcome of 220808, we did not submit them initially, but later in the filing included them through a supplemental, I believe. Mr. Hurwitz is approaching the table.
Yeah, that's right. We submitted a supplemental response following the outcome of docket number 231102, which concluded after our filing in this case.
Okay. And was the rate year estimate for that cost in that supplemental filing $330,000? Is that correct?
It wasn't, and that was based upon the cost to UI when UI was the only member from our affiliate group. Since that time, the other utilities have joined EPRI. So when we approached EPRI with for the updated costs, there was a reduction in that price based on the membership from the other affiliates.
Thank you. And that reduction was approximately $130,000 less, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. My only other questions were just about the attachment in one moment. Just struggling to open the attachment. Okay. In the research value kind of column D throughout this, are these, was this information like provided by EPRI, or is this UI's assertions of the values of these portions of these membership?
I mean, these are EPRI's descriptions of the research value, but I think in general, we align with these concepts.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the column D then is the company's justification for the value of these portions of EPRI memberships, the value to ratepayers generally?
It's a level of justification, and I think in my testimony earlier, I discussed the value of being part of these discussions, of having access to the industry experts that are leading these changes in energy storage and DER integration, in distribution systems, in planning, and in transportation. The ability to learn from the successes and failures of other utilities, along with the specific research that is going on through EPRI. So it's a twofold value. One is the specific research and the outcome of that. The second is the ability to have access to these people that are leading the charges in 100 different utilities across the country. Be able to talk to Hawaii or to Arizona about solar, and with those relationships, you can leave these programs and talk about their experience in other areas. So, to me, it is a twofold value. But this funding gets you in the room.
Thank you. And this next question, I think I asked a question during the hearing about a different subject where, Mr. Eves, you took from my question the assumption that it was based on OCC's intent to recommend an adjustment. And I just want to clarify, this question is not based on that. It's literally just a clarifying question. Is it possible, is the membership structured so that any one of these individual components is possible? So for instance, if ultimately Pura determined, and this is a completely randomly selected example, that energy storage and distributed generation, that component shouldn't be recoverable for any reason, would the company still be able to enroll in the remaining components here?
It's a Chinese menu, so yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's my last question about that, about LFE 37. My other questions are about LFE 38.
Okay, I'm there.
So this late file, we originally requested it, as I recall, based on a statement that was on page 19 of the original electric ops testimony, which said that initial analysis also suggests a correlation between high CME values and UPZ tree trimming refusals in the company's more affluent communities.
I do recall that, yes.
I just, so I'm looking at the maps on page 2.
Yes.
And I can see I can understand the correlation between the top 2 images, between trimming objections and tree contact outages, but I'm having trouble seeing the correlation with the CME.
Yep. And I
vector.
struggled with this for quite a while, trying to figure out how to illustrate this concept. This is a local issue, right? So if you look at the CME 9 and 7 values, it's, 18 customers, 86 customers, 262 customers, and 52 customers in those towns. Our GIS system and the way we illustrate this, the tree objections in the layer that was created group up as you zoom out from the view. And when you're looking at this issue, generally those high CME customers are the ones at the end of the circuit, right? So they're exposed to all the tree conditions along the circuit. So when I zoomed out to show where the customers were, I lost the granularity and would have had to make a change to our GIS and didn't have time to do that. So when you look at the CME 7 and 9 distribution related to the trim objections, Fairfield stands alone, and they're about twice the number of trim objections than we get from anyone else. There's a band of 5 towns that are in the next range, between like 1,800 and 1,600, and Shelton is one of those towns. So that is kind of the correlation between the high CME. And again, those high CME values are a very small number of customers, in relation to our 345,000. So, I mean, fundamentally, the concept is that if you get 7 to 9 interruptions, there's going to be a handful of pole hits, a handful of maybe equipment failures. But to get that high, generally, the circuit you're on and the path from the substation to you has many, many trees. And when you look at the objections along that path, they are generally higher than a customer that doesn't have that number of outages.
Okay. Thanks.
And if someday you'd like to, we could have a Teams call and I could take you into the system and you could see it dynamically, that relationship. It was just, I couldn't find a way to zoom out and give you the granularity that would make sense. I thought this was the best way to depict it.
Thanks. And the CME, the CME 7, the GIS image for CME is the lighter color. What are the color grades represent? Like red versus green versus lighter green?
That's just simply illustrating that, Shelton has 262 and 52 customers, so it's an order of magnitude higher than Fairfield that only has 86 and 18. So it's taken that data and using the GIS functionality to kind of stratify it in different color levels. But with the base of 345,000, the difference between Shelton and Fairfield is pretty minimal, right?
Yep. Okay. I think that's OCC's last question for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. We will call up EOE for cross, please.
Good morning, panel.
Morning.
Chris Parent from EOE. I'm with my colleagues, Eric Beckenstein and Tom Lopez. We're going to start off with just some questions on a few of the late files, and I will admit that at least one of the questions may overlap into the revenue requirements panel, just to tee up Mr. Hurwitz. And we also do have a couple of questions with regards to a supplemental filing to EOE 249 that occurred late last week, or maybe it was the middle of last week. The first question I'm going to ask is in relation to LFE 40. There's a very similar answer for LFE 91, so it's really both of those, but it's LFE 40 that I'm going to focus on. The two late file responses identified that overtime rates would apply for hours outside of the period of 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. I guess I'm just hoping for a little bit of clarification on how the vegetation standard time versus overtime hours worked. And I know this was touched a little bit in the hearing. My first question is to confirm that the reference within the confidential contract at page 41, which references 6:30 to 3:30, is the contract reference not applied and the 7 to 4:30 is the correct hours? Is that a correct assumption?
We may need to bring up Mr. Kliza to help answer these questions. Mr. Kliza was previously identified as a discovery witness, though he has not been sworn in.
Okay, very good, Mr. Kleser. If you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. And if the mic might not be on.
It's on.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you repeat the question?
So the question is it correct to believe that the 7 to 4:30 that was included in the response to LFE 40 and LFE 91 is the correct period in which the company, the vendor, should be billing at a standard time rate versus an overtime rate versus what we saw in the contract at page 41? The contract referenced 6:30 to 3:30. We're just trying to make sure we understand the specifics.
That's correct. 7 to 4:30 is the standard working time for our contractors in Connecticut. We were amended into our New York counterparts contract at that time.
Thank you. During non-emergency events, so a typical weekday, Monday through Friday, is this vendor or is a vendor, since you referenced it was standard, are they expected to pay to take an unpaid lunch break? Half hour, hour?
That's correct. 7 to 4:30, we pay 9 hours.
Great, so 9 hours. So yesterday there was a little bit of a math exercise done between, I believe it was OCC and Mr. Hurwitz. I'm going to try a little math here. If we go from 7 to 4:30, is that correct to say that's 9.5 hours?
Yes,
Backing off the half hour, we're at 9 hours.
yes,
And if we went for 4 days, Monday through Thursday, 36 hours.
correct.
So reading the response to LFE 40, it said 9 hours per day up to 45. What I'm trying to understand is the original questions that were posed during the hearing asked about why on a Friday there were certain, it was inconsistent actually, but certain vendor employees that billed overtime at 5 hours. Sorry, I'm going to say this wrong. They billed standard time at 5 hours versus the standard time at 9 hours. I'm really just trying to understand that discrepancy. It was between all the invoices that were included, it was inconsistent. Should the Friday, because of the 7 to 4:30 minus the half hour, have billed 9 hours at a standard time rate each day?
Is there a specific?
Which specific attachment are you referring to in that question?
So the original inquiry that we had was on EOE.
If I may interrupt, I do believe I have your answer.
Great.
So 2 of the 3 individuals that week worked 4 10s, 10 hours a day, Monday through Thursday.
Yes.
So that's 40 hours.
But should they have billed standard time at 10 hours or standard time at 9 hours and overtime of 1 hour? Based on what I just heard you say, I thought it would have been 9 and 1.
Because this was a contractor request, we paid 10 straight hours. It's in the contract that if a contractor requests to work for many different reasons outside of the standard working time of 7 to 4:30, they need our approval to do so, number one, and number two, they will do it at the standard rate.
So given the facts that existed here with the storm event and the Friday having occurred, does that not mean that the storm event received more costs because we allocated more standard time hours to the Monday through Thursday than it would have if we had only allocated 9? I think that's what we're trying to land at. If we had allocated 9 Monday through Thursday, we would have had fewer hours of overtime to apply on the Friday, which was the day of the storm event. Is that a correct assumption?
We have an obligation to trim our system and to achieve the UPZ spec. And then we have an obligation to respond to storms. So there may be some back and forth between those elements. But in the overall execution of our work, I think they're de minimis.
I understand. I'm simply trying to understand, did we over allocate certain costs to the storm that should have
So
been allocated?
these storms occur on holidays, on weekends. Sometimes they occur on a Monday, sometimes they occur at the end of the week.
Yep.
So we have rules that we apply to executing them. And when they come, we respond and we incur the cost associated with where we are with the employees in that. So to say that the storm incurred more cost, I think that's an unfair characterization.
Okay.
We're executing, critical elements during the day for Blue Sky to prepare for the storm. That work that Mr. Cleve's crews are doing during the week is preparing us to not have vegetation encroaching on our facilities.
All right, let me just, final hypothetical question, then I'll move on to LFE 41. If the storm had occurred on a Monday, would the company have allocated larger number of ST hours to the storm on that Monday, or would it have limited it to the 9 hours?
It depends on what occurred in the lead up to that storm. Suppose we had a storm on Saturday. Those resources may have been in working overtime Saturday through Sunday into Monday, and the rules would differ, based upon that.
I thought when I read the response to LFE 40, the Sunday would have had certain double time rates, the Saturday would have been all overtime, so I'm not sure how that would apply. I'm simply posing the question between the weekday hours, if it's 9 hours per day, why the Friday storm received more overtime hours than more overtime hours than if they had been allocated 9 hours of standard time rates. Tell you what, I'll withdraw. I'm going to move on to LFE 41.
Okay.
So LFE 41, the LFE requested that the company reconcile the invoices provided with EOE 262 attachment to the specific dates of the activity. Just to confirm, I didn't see an actual reconciliation. Is that correct?
So there are a variety of attachments in this response.
Okay.
That go through the individual elements associated. So your specific question is?
For LFE 41, was there an attachment? I didn't see one.
There were a series of it.
A reconciliation specifically.
Right. So I'm just looking at 39. Hold on a second. So yesterday in the discussion associated with LFE 1, we referred to an adjustment we made in LFE 1 on Schedules C 3.06 and C 3.07, in the amount of $43,591, or the Asplin Tree Expert invoices that were indicated to not have been in the timeframe of that storm event, which in this case I believe was Izzy. So that adjustment has been made in LFE 1, and that is shown in note 8, I believe, on C 3.06.
Okay, so just to clarify, there was an adjustment. There was a reduction of, I believe you just said 43,000 and change for this late file.
In the test year from the storm reserve to trouble.
Okay. Did the company provide an updated RRP 22C or EOE 268 attachment 1 or an EOE 249? My question for this one here is I was trying to actually trace that through, and I didn't see an updated exhibit where I could trace that one through. So I guess my question is there an exhibit that demonstrates that? Your responses is what I was assuming, but I couldn't validate it.
So I did. So if you were to turn to EOE 167 UI attachment 1 and go to the Asplin Tree Expert list of invoices, I'll give you a second.
Thank you. You said attachment 1, just to be clear?
Yes.
Slowly opening.
On the EOE 167 a summary tab.
I'm there.
So if you look down to the Asplin Tree Expert invoices, the first one for $75,779 without MCA and Connecticut sales tax, that would remain.
Yep.
And then the remainder, if you sum those, that's the $43,591 that we moved from the storm.
I understand. So I actually was under the impression of the same amount that you're relating to. What I couldn't tell is how that related to the adjustments made in late file 1. So I wasn't sure if there was something that helped to reconcile to get there. That was my question.
I think I was following your confusion right up until that last question, and I might need help with what you're not seeing because, and I'll just explain kind of what I'm thinking, and maybe this helps, maybe it doesn't. But as Mr. Reeves just described, I've pulled up EOE 167 attachment 1, and I've summed the 5 lines that he pointed us to, every invoice under Asplin except for the first one. And summing that here, I got a total of $43,591.
Yes.
And then I've pulled up LFE 1, attachment 2, and I've pulled up the supplement version, but I think whether it's the supplement or the original shouldn't matter for this one. And I will just pause for a moment.
So before we tackle that, I think I'm in LFE 1, attachment 1, looking at the 726,606. Could we leverage that number or?
I can show you the exact 43,591.
Okay, in attachment 1, sorry.
In attachment 2. Although I pulled up attachment 1 and I also see the 43,591 reflected there on Excel row 24 or numbered line 18.
So that is the 43.
Yes.
I see it right there, and I'm all set with that piece. Thank you. I did not originally see that. I actually thought it was going to be in row 49.
Classic.
Else would you expect?
Sorry for the long-winded way of getting there. Moving to row 49, Mr. Hurwitz, I'm glad you're there. What is row 49?
So I think this adjustment has a variety of tentacles in the revenue requirement. And so you'll see the 43,591 in two specific cells in LFE1 UI attachment 2, and then also the various changes to the company's proposed storm deferral balance also have an effect on our proposed regulatory amortization. And so I think what I'm noticing about LFE1 attachment 1, Excel row 24, or numbered line 18, is that Excel column B represents that adjustment relates to schedules C 3.06 and C 3.07.
Yep.
So that's the movement of these costs from major storms, C 3.07, to outside services, C 3.06. And in a second, I can point you to the exact cells where you can see the 43,591 there. Then the line that you've highlighted, which I've somehow lost again.
It's row 49 on the printed exhibit.
Thank you. Row 49 on the printed exhibit, Excel column B, which is just the data right to the right of the line number, indicates that this relates to Schedule C 3.21, which is our regulatory amortization schedule.
So is it fair to say, just to synthesize, that this is the increased amount of carrying charges as it relates to the new storm event?
The new storm event is a separate line. The new storm event
Is probably row 51.
row 51.
So, but is that for the total cost, or is that for the total cost plus the carrying charges?
Excel column E, which if you have the printed version is the first number, the 5510.
Yes.
724. That's like the number for the storm. That's the cost of the storm, but then the number to the right of it, 2019658, that is the revenue requirement implication of adding that storm to the revenue requirement. So that number will account for the carrying cost implications, the amortization implications, the flow through effects.
Okay, so then I'm sorry, I have to go back to the row 49, and I guess it wasn't clear. What is row 49 again?
Outside of the August 2024 storm from EOE 249, there were a small handful of data request responses that identified storm deferral related corrections, and those are reflected on numbered line 49.
Are those all related to EOE 249 in LFE 41, or are they other items? The citation, I was focusing on those citations that related to.
Let me just pull up EOE 249 briefly, one moment.
And I'm glad you will, because we will have some questions on that, as that was a supplement was filed on May 15th.
And I'm just reviewing my notes here and getting a little lost in the sea of data request responses, but I think we cited to EOE 249 because that included an attachment that reflected a variety of storm cost related adjustments identified in a variety of other data request responses.
A variety of other, which attachment for EOE 240? I'm assuming the supplemental is what you're suggesting.
I thought it was the original, but just getting a little twisted. Just one, you give me another minute. My apologies.
No problem. I still don't understand. If it's just cited to the wrong sources. I wouldn't be opposed if this was if there was a supplemental response to this, if that's more amenable.
It very well could be. We're just getting a little lost in the sea of the numbers in the moment. I think we can walk the trail for you, but if you could just give me a little longer, we'll try it via read-in.
Either that or read-in or the supplemental responses that we're referring to, that wouldn't be a bad option to follow the sea of numbers.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to move on, assuming that there will be a follow-up.
Mr. Are you clear on the question, Mr. Hurwitz?
The question essentially is on LFE attachment 1, LFE 1 attachment 1. There is a row 49 which references EOE 249 and LFE 1 that is for an adjustment of $726,606. I'm trying to understand what that is, whether that is supported by. I thought at one point that it could have been tied to the $43,000 adjustment, but I learned that's row 18, and I thought it could have been carrying charges associated with the new storm event. Mr. Hurwitz corrected me that it's not that, so I'm still not quite sure what that is.
I understand. Thank you.
The next question I think is probably the easiest question of the day. LFE row 51, LFE 1, so 2 rows down from the one we were just discussing. That references the 2025 thunderstorm event. Can you just keep me honest for the record that that's the August of 24 event?
Correct.
Thank you. I had referenced that I was going to come back to the supplemental response to EOE 249 that was filed on May 15th. I'm referring to that as of now. My first question is attachment 1 of EOE 249, the redacted version. Can the company explain why it redacted gross amounts included on page 1, as well as all of the various billed hours within the timesheets? I know this is legal, so I might shift this over here.
Are you filing an objection to the motion that we filed?
No, we're just trying to see if this was just ease of redaction versus actual confidential, because looking at the motion, your motion, it was talking about, hourly rates, competitive pricing terms, and negotiated contractual rate. But certain things like, some of them were just hours and, total amounts that you couldn't understand the actual rate. So maybe seen all together, they would be, but individually they wouldn't be.
I think I guess my response to that would be that typically when we redact the hours, it is done to protect the hourly rate, just so nothing can be backed into. If you have questions, we would be happy that tied to the specific redactions. I mean, I think we can we could do that in a confidential session if you can ask your questions in a way that we're not getting into the specifics of items that are redacted. I believe you did something like that at the evidentiary hearing. I think as long as we can do this in a way that we don't touch on, vendor rate information, we'd be happy to try to do that.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Something similar to what we did in the initial hearing where we avoid that and try to ask it in a way that won't lead us into a confidential part of the hearing.
So I'm going to try that with my first question to kind of show why that was my first question. EOE 249 UI supplemental attachment 1 on page 1 specifically. What was redacted was the overall gross amounts of each of the respective vendor costs. When I attempt to relate that to EOE 249 UI attachment 1, the original attachment, so this might get a little confusing because EOE 249 attachment 1 is an Excel spreadsheet that detailed the costs. EOE 249 UI supplement attachment 1 is a redacted, but there's also a confidential version that included kind of a summation of all the invoices plus the stuff behind it. So it's the same general reference with the exception of supplemental. My question is are each of the costs that were included in the supplemental attachment 1 the same costs that were included within the UI attachment 1? And I do apologize, I'm sure that's confusing.
Okay, to be clear, you're asking, are the charges in 249 attachment 1 the same as the charges in 249 attachment 1 supplemental? Correct. On page 1 of that.
And I presume page 1 is supported by the invoices behind it. So I'm trying to understand if we're comparing apples to apples here.
So I only have the redacted version of the supplemental attachment 1 in front of me, so I can't sit here and confirm right now, but I recall looking at this before it was filed in the confidential version. And what I recall doing is you'll note in the supplemental attachment 1 to the left of the first redacted column, there's a column for vendor name.
Yep.
And I added up the amounts by vendor and compared them to what was in the original attachment and saw them to be the same.
So maybe I can simplify this. Is the company currently looking for 5.5 million in total for the August storm?
I think that is correct, yes.
So when I look at EOE 249 UI attachment 1, not the confidential version, the original, the total amount that I see on that is under 5.2 million. So in a very trying to avoid saying anything confidential, it does not seem as though they reconcile.
I understand your question and think it may be most efficient if I attempt to address this in the read-in dash supplement related to your prior question as well.
Great. My follow-up question to that is, did the company provide supporting documentation for the totality of the amount that's looking to be requested here, which is the 5.5 as well?
I suspect the answer to that will stem from the answer to the 5.2 versus 5.5. That makes sense.
It does, and without talking about anything confidential, it might be more than that from what I observed.
Okay.
So we're just going to spend some time going through a couple of quick examples. I'm going to cover one, then I'm going to hand it over to Attorney Lopez for one other. So EOE did attempt to sample some of the invoices within the confidential exhibits, and I'm going to be very careful to not cite anything that is confidential. But I believe the individual hours, the total hours billed, not necessarily the rates, would be acceptable. So starting with the first invoice on page 3 of the confidential filings, which is EOE 249, supplemental attachment 1, the confidential version. My question for the company is, can the company Starting with the first invoice, can the company first identify the total hours billed for the foreman? Again, I'm only asking about the total hours.
Please repeat that question.
So on page 3, can the company identify the total hours billed for the foreman? We're using a single example here to make this question simple.
Which vendor are you referring to? Is it Coots?
I was trying not to say any
Okay.
names, but let me double check because I didn't want to print it.
And I'm sorry, the question is to verify the hours charged by the foreman.
Correct. The total hours.
And you're referring to page 3 of 585.
Yes. The filing that was made on May 15th, just last week.
And looking at what I'm looking at, I don't see a reference to foreman hours.
I apologize. I'm going to double check my page number. I may have misquoted the page. It started at page. I did quote the wrong page. It's page 2. My apologies.
Okay, I'm looking at the redacted version. I can see the foreman at this point. And the question is,
How many hours did he bill for in total?
yeah, I need to access the unredacted version. I'll be back.
So hence the difficulty with this question. I apologize.
Okay, and this is so this is not a late file. This is a supplemental.
Yes, I believe it was one that was filed in support of late file 1, which is part of the reason it was only filed last week. So we did not have an opportunity to evaluate it ahead of time. It was filed on May 15th.
And we're asking a fundamental question. So this is a storm that occurred in August of last year.
Yes.
It was forecast as a thunderstorm that ended up as a tornado in our territory. Took out a significant chunk of Trumbull and Shelton. As a result, we brought in crews. Generally, when we bring in crews from outside as mutual aid, they are paid overtime.
Understood. I'm not questioning the rate. I'm not questioning the overtime designation. I'm solely asking about the number of hours that he billed overall.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for them to pull up the unredacted version.
Understood.
Was prepared with the late files. I apologize. Perhaps you could tell me what you're seeing and we could,
I believe it's 79 hours, if subject to check. That's what it appeared to be.
okay.
This is now going to be the next question.
Okay, unredacted page. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Attorney Vaughn.
Okay. Some button on this thing. Yeah, yeah. So this particular invoice appears to be a grouping of different employee types from this company with a number of hours associated,
Correct. So
starting with the number you referenced, and then working through the larger collections of hours as you work down.
understood. So I was focusing on just the foreman because it's a single individual and it was easy to aggregate the individual timesheets. Do you agree that it's 79 hours for the foreman on page 2? Total amount billed for the August 2024 storm, total hours, that is.
Line 1 for that foreman says 79 hours, correct?
Thank you. I'm going to move to the page. I'll actually help to walk through this. If you went to page 4 actually identifies the foreman and his name. That might be very helpful for my next question, which is, which I'm not saying his name, correct? Can you identify the detailed hours billed on the timesheets? And for perspective, I will help to say on page 9, subject to check for you, I believe it's 17 hours. Page 13 is 17. Page 17 is 17, and page 21 is 7, and I can repeat that.
Repeat that, please.
I believe on page 9, the foreman billed for 17 hours on August 4th. On page 13, I believe it was also 17 hours on August 5th. On page 17, I believe it was 17 hours on August 6th. And on page 21, I believe it was 7 hours on August 7th.
Okay.
Do you agree with those numbers as is shown on those respective pages?
You've listed a number of pages this is a 585-page document. So I agree that on those pages, those numbers
Great.
exist.
I'd mentioned earlier about a math exercise. Mr. Hurwitz may want to participate in this one. So if it's 17, 17, 17, and 7, I come up with a total of 58. Do you agree?
Seventeen, 17, 17, and what?
And 7.
Let Mr. Reeves finish conferring before I say anything further. I'll offer that for 17 plus 17 plus 17 plus 7, I found 58.
Mr. Reeves, do you?
Yeah, so let me give a little context here. So again, this storm was an unpredicted tornado that hit our territory. From a timesheet perspective, there are a number of elements that go into our response here. One is the travel time to our facility. No, I haven't had an opportunity to review this list of invoices in a way to identify whether that was included in what this individual charged, but this is a vendor that's coming from a distance to support us. So there's the potential that there were hours associated with that travel that may not have made it onto the timesheets that we have entered here. I think the concept, as we review these invoices, and this is an unpredicted event. There is widespread devastation through these towns. There are roads blocked. There are people unable to get out of their homes. So we are in a process of bringing the resources to bear to get this work done. We are then directing them from site to site during that day. We understand who arrived at our facility. So we are on the phone getting crew rosters, understanding the number of crews and the types of crews that they're bringing to us. We understand when they started. We understand when they finished. The detail around tracking every individual hour amongst the individuals in these timesheets, and then having that line up with their full work time with us. I think there is a balance there in the effort necessary to support that and the resources we can bring to bear in a storm.
Mr. Reeves, thank you for that. Just for clarity, you referenced that you weren't sure if travel was included on page 21, the 7 hours that I referenced. Again, not without stating anything that would be confidential. The description of the work was travel back to home portal, so that those hours do seem to be reflected. I haven't double checked the first one, but I believe that was hours too. So the travel was included. And I'm not questioning the effort that is put forth by any of the third-party contractors supporting the storm event. I'm simply evaluating the prudency of the costs that are being passed on through the rate case submission. And since this was only submitted last week, we didn't have a chance to pose interrogatories. So
another element of their time that may be outside, so time that they are working that they may not have recorded here is showing up in advance and at the end of the workday when they're not actually responding to events to gather the work for the crews.
So are you suggesting that the timesheets are inaccurate? The timesheets that are signed by the contractor representatives?
I'm suggesting that there may be additional time that they haven't recorded in the context of recording the specific jobs that they were working on.
Okay, so just to be clear, I had footed 58 hours on the timesheets and they billed 79 hours for that individual. And I will say that I was using that as a representative sample. It seemed to apply to all employees for the vendor. Are you saying that they would have incurred 21 hours of unreported time on the timesheet? Again, what we're questioning is the prudency of the 79 hours that was billed and being passed on for recovery. I guess I'm questioning if it's ripe.
So I'm sorry. I'm sitting here.
We can move to yours.
Yep.
Mr. Parent, where are you getting the 17, 17, 17, and 7? Where's that coming from?
Absolutely. It's the confidential pages 9 has 17, page 13 has 17. I think you have to go to page 4 or 5. I could double check which page to see the person who's identified as the foreman.
Yeah.
These other pages, he's characterized as the supervisor. So there's a little bit that you need to do to get there. I don't want to obviously mention his name.
Okay. Okay.
We can move on to the next question. I'm gonna.
Right. So coming in cold, I think that there are some numbers. I think we would need to look at this individual and understand the context of where he was working and see where that misalignment could have resulted from.
And that's fine. I appreciate that. Just to be clear, I gave a representative individual because it was a single line item. This is representative of everyone on the timesheets and on the invoice. Everyone had the same scenario that I observed.
Yeah.
Hand it over to,
I just for the record, I'm not sure that your numbers are right. I'm seeing those numbers being relating to vehicles and not necessarily to individual work hours, but we could talk to you offline too to see if we're on the same page, but I'm not seeing the
Yes, something is missing here.
lining up.
we could walk through any one of the pages if you'd like, because the vehicles are on column 16, but the labor hours are on 11, 12, and 13. And when you add up 11, 12, and 13, apologies, I think it's time to move on. I'm going to hand it off to Attorney Will.
Sure. I mean, I think the attachment speaks for itself. It says billable hours. So if there is a specific objection, we can direct that to the bench. If there's a specific question, or you can move on, Mr. Parent.
I think we can move on. Sorry, Tom Lopez for EOE. On that same confidential exhibit, if you could go to page 492 of that exhibit, just to direct your attention. And as you have the unredacted version, it'd probably just be easier to look at that.
The laptop I have is frozen. I can just scroll to that page. Redacted.
I have hard copies if you would like, but if you want to take a look first and then. Or do you have-
I can give it to him.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is that yours?
Breaking this one.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So could you just confirm that this vendor is located in Albany, New York?
The mailing info for this vendor is located in Albany, New York.
Okay, so you're not aware of whether or not they're actually
And the crews,
located?
the crews that they may bring to bear can be from a variety of places.
Okay. So I ultimately, I think the support indicates that they traveled from Albany, New York to Connecticut to commence restoration services all on.
I'm sorry, that last statement, say that one more time?
So the support, right? So to include page 494 of the confidential exhibit, seems to indicate that the vendor did travel from Albany, New York to Connecticut and commenced restoration services on August 4th, 2022. Do you agree with that?
I can't agree with that. I need to see what you're referring to.
Yes.
In general, these crews would not be at the mailing location of the home office of the. So I'm not sure where that assumption is coming from.
So again, I direct you to page 494 of the confidential exhibit,
Okay.
where it says starting location at beginning of day. And I know the font is small,
Okay.
but
It says that in the top box. So the top box of this form has a single starting location. Now, and I think this is some of the complexity. Now, if you're running a crew and these crews came from multiple locations, what would you put in that box? Would you put the predominant location of of one individual, would you write down the list, all the different addresses of where these crews came from?
Understood. I'm just
On
asking.
page 492 of 585 pages of invoices for this?
I guess I appreciate that, Mr. Eves. I really am just asking for you to confirm that it looks like the starting point is Albany, and I understand your complications.
That is the starting address that was entered in that one specific box, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then it looks like on page 495, it identifies all the hours worked as work time. You know, on, again, page 495. And so can the company explain if this time reported is filled out correctly, or if some of the hours should have been reported as travel? And again, I'm not, I guess what I'm trying to confirm is, you know, is that appropriate? Would it make a difference if some was reported as travel versus work time in that block?
To us, to a utility, it doesn't make, the second we call them, right, in order for them to respond, they are being compensated for their time. So work time versus travel time, we have an understanding of when we call them. So that storm rolls through at dinner time, my recollection. We're on the phone that evening trying to get resources. They are pulling them from all different locations and sending them to our work location, our meetup location, where we then provide them the materials. So the concept of work and travel time in our context is not, we understand there's travel time, and that's going to vary depending on the crew. It's going to vary depending on the traffic conditions. I don't know if you've driven the Eastern Seaboard in July or August, right? So there's an inherent cost of getting them here, and then we put them to work. And there's an understanding that they're going to work 16, 17 hours a day. And it may extend further than that depending on the conditions that they're working under.
Perfect. And again, this is just a confirmation. I think this would be correct to assume that the date of the signature at the bottom of this page on page 495 includes a typo for 2022, and it probably should have just been 2024. Would you, because I see the signature at the bottom is signed for August 4th, 22, but we believe that this should be 24, and we think that's just a typo. Is that fair to assume?
I think that's fair to assume.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to move on to page 502. Just based on this, it looks like that the demobilization for this storm event happened on August 7th of 2024. Is that
in any storm event, that can roll over a couple of days. So there may be crews that we release. I don't recall a specific instance here. We will do sweeps with crews at times, depending on the impact.
Okay, perfect. And then and again, I just want to confirm, and this is on that same page. It looks like that the demobilization on approximately on August 7th happened from, it looks like West, Sawmill Road, somewhere in the shoreline, and ended in Albany.
So if they had materials, generally they would bring those materials back to our facility, which is on Sawmill Road, and then would leave to the location they came from. Now, again, this form has one field for that. Generally, those crews are, when they acquire these crews, they are coming from multiple locations. They are not necessarily going back to that contractor's home office.
Okay. And I guess I just want to ask a few more questions. So could you tell me how many hours the company was the company, the contractor billed for demobilization of each vendor employee. And these are shown on page 503, 504, 515, and 516 of this exhibit. And I just want to confirm that you're seeing 8 hours for all.
I'm going to object to the question. The exhibit speaks for itself. If the numbers are on the exhibit, those are the numbers.
Well, just because, so we can potentially refer to those numbers. This is, because this is all redacted.
Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, what is the basis for the objection?
Attorney Lopez is referring to numbers in the confidential exhibit that were in the public filing were redacted. We've given him some latitude here, but he's now asking the witness to verify or confirm numbers that he has right in front of him. So that's the basis for the objection.
Okay. Attorney Lopez, do we need to go into a confidential session?
I don't believe so, because there's, as we said before, there was hours were not considered, right? Just the number of the hours is not considered confidential. And so we've been keeping this outside of confidential. I'm just asking for a confirmation of the number. And yes, I can see that it's 8, but I'd like confirmation that it's 8.
Okay. So is the,
They would agree to that because I have a follow-up.
okay, so you're setting, so this is a foundational
Yes.
question. Okay, so is the company claiming that the number of hours is confidential?
In the context of the exhibit, yes, we've proposed, we put in a motion for protective order with a redacted version. Arguably, this is a lengthy exhibit. But we provided the redacted version just for the public record. We would have no objection to answering these types of questions in a confidential session, because that is, all the information is there for scrutiny in the confidential version.
Okay, well, how about this? Let's briefly recess. I want to refresh my recollection of the ruling. I believe that we noted the possibility of revisiting things and allowed for the confidential designation based on the length of that exhibit. So if we can recess briefly, let me look at that ruling. We'll come back and make a determination as to whether we should proceed in a confidential session or not. So if we could stand at ease for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, yes, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I get it. I had real life Yeah. And well, I mean, I guess if it's like, right. Yeah. Sounds good.
That's our pot. Okay. I've not had my fully trained there. And then she was like, yeah. So we have like South Dakota. Like all around that on the side of that. I'm going to. Actually, I was market. Okay. Okay. Or my debt. And then they like the drug. And they're he likes to get it there and here, so that now. The guys, so we'll put on all this. That's you know, we call it. And big picture. So no wonder that I'm not aware of any. Just to be clear, yeah, very informal. Is that like I mean, they right. I mean, yeah, so they say, oh, it's down. I go, no. Okay. Well, the main thing is that it's not on the allowed. So a little different. I know mine. Yeah, I'm doing that on Twitch. Yeah. Super good. Here, all these actually I'm not going to be here. Oh, well, yeah. But I'll bring my tray. I'll bring my tray. Great. We don't have to have them. Right. And I think she's gonna go. And then she'll help me. They offer it as a rare exception. Yeah, I probably didn't have them. Well, it could be, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, right, yeah. They're all about that. Other adding on an expert as required. Or a termination. They don't do that.
That's good. And then I remember it felt so imports, that's why, yeah. It's not funny, they told us to go. Yeah.
The only benefit you're got is some. That's really not, I think that's.
I did want these. Yeah.
Oh, I was sitting right there. No, I was. I was sitting right there. So. No, I wasn't here. I actually don't remember. I want something that. Yeah. No, I had to.
Okay. I'll come back on the record. Okay, so we reviewed the record. We believe that EOE 249 Attachment 1 supplement is actually the subject of a pending request for a protective order, motion number 107, which the authority has not yet ruled on. Unless you can point me to another motion or ruling with respect to the supplemental attachment, which was filed on May 15th.
No, that we realize the same thing. So that's a pending motion. And the motion was done consistent with with Pura's ruling on motion 100, which related to EOE 251 and storm invoices, and the scope of, with respect to the scope of the redactions that were authorized in that motion ruling.
Okay, thank you. So the specific question respecting the number, regarding the number of hours, when we reviewed motion number 107 does not ask about, I'm sorry, the question that was being posed, which was with respect to the number of hours, does not ask about any confidential material for which the motion sought protection. I believe motion 107 identifies confidential, proprietary, and/or competitive information related to negotiated contractual terms and pricing information for professional services provided by outside vendors, which the company does not disclose publicly. So upon review, the authority did not see any claim in the motion that the number of hours worked themselves are confidential. While we will still issue a ruling on motion number 107, the ruling for purposes of proceeding with this question, with the question asking just about the number of hours worked, the number of hours worked are not themselves confidential. So we will allow that question to proceed and caution the parties that anything past that regarding material for which the motion did seek protection, so the contractual terms, pricing information, that has not been ruled on yet. So it advised that the question needs to be limited to the number of hours.
Chair, the company would note an exception in paragraph 2 of the motion. It does reference the hours worked as as included in the confidential information. The company took the same approach as in EOE 251 in terms of the scope of the redactions, and the reason for redacting the hours is to ensure that one cannot back into the negotiated rate by taking any information in there. So that was the purpose of the company's approach in providing that. So just
and again, if I may respond, we won't EOE has no intention of going anywhere near a cost number or dollar figures anywhere in respect to these questions. That's not where we're going. And we agree, motion 107 hasn't been ruled on, and that's why we asked. I did see that certainly, but we won't ask any question that would allow a backing into those numbers. And this is really kind of my last question before moving on to a next couple of questions that are different.
Okay, so Attorney Vinar, I just want to understand your last comment for purposes of the record. Are you still noting an objection to the ruling that we can allow the question on the hours alone to proceed?
Yeah, we do maintain an objection on that because we do think that it opens the door to backing into the negotiated hourly rate. So the company would maintain its position, because we did state it in the motion also in paragraph 2 that it relates to hours. We can so anyway, we'll stand on that objection.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to overrule that objection and allow the question, please.
Thank you. Just to repeat, if you could, how many hours was the company billed for demobilization of each vendor employee as shown on page 503, 504, 515, and 516?
Timesheet on page 503 shows a list of employees billing at 8 hours. Timesheet on page 504 shows a list of employees billing at that same number. You said 514?
515 and 516.
Pages 515 and 516 also show a list of employees with 8 hours charged.
Thank you. And so just a question. So in your experience, and approximately how long does it take to get from the shoreline in Connecticut to Albany?
So the description here is demob. So in a storm event like this, and again, there's activity in our facility, understanding the crews that we have, the work that we still have left, who is going to do that work. So there may be a period of time where these crews are on standby in this demob mode, where they're at our facility in West Haven. We're considering who can be released. We're considering, can we apply these crews to get customers back faster or to do other things that may need to be done. So there's a significant potential that these crews were not actually driving to Albany for that 8 hours, but we're still in the demo process, turning their materials back in.
Okay, and then I guess one of the, with being careful, it looks like it was coded as travel time as opposed to work, but in those timesheets.
And again, we have hundreds of line workers that are on the facility here interpreting this timesheet and how they should respond to the specific thing that they're doing, right? So they showed up at 7 o'clock in the morning, prepared to do work, and it's not clear from this timesheet what exactly they did.
And then I guess if I could just refer you and you can look at either the redacted version or the confidential version. It makes no difference for what I'm asking. So on page 517.
I just want to be clear as well. So at the end of this, what I noted was a supervisor sign off on the time. So we do have crew guides with these individuals that have an awareness at that time that they were here at 7 o'clock and were leaving and have approved that time.
Okay. So I, on page 517, there's, it's of the exhibit. It's a receipt. Looks like it's from a gas station in Albany, New York. And if you look at the bottom, would you agree that you see a timestamp of August 7th and at 10 o'clock a.m.?
That is what is shown there. Now, the accuracy of the clock may not be 100% accurate. I can't vouch for the accuracy of the clock, nor can I vouch for the accuracy of the clock in this room.
Okay. Okay. So that's all of the questions I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Does that conclude EOE's cross?
That does conclude EOE's cross. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Authority staff? Attorney General? Thank you. Deep?
No question.
Thank you. Commissioner Karen?
No questions.
Commissioner Arconti?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to just follow up on some of the questioning from OCC on EPRI. It just sparked a couple questions, but I think my questions are going to be for Mr. Hurwitz. So is EPRI the only association we're seeking recovery for in this case?
I'm just pausing on your use of the word association, because I recall that there's been some back and forth as to how costs of EPRI's type have been categorized in 220808. I recall that EPRI costs were disallowed, and I don't recall the exact wording, but I think they were characterized as membership dues.
Okay, we can use that.
Well, and the story continues in 231102. I think based on some recommendations from OCC, Bureau then changed how it wasn't EPRI, but there was a NGA or some gas equivalent of EPRI that I think, I'm not recalling the exact language, but was characterized as something other than a membership due, so that the cost could be reflected in the revenue requirement without violating some recently passed laws in Connecticut. So I don't want to take a stance on association or not, but what I can offer in response to your question is that there are two things that have been, I'll say, wrapped up in this classification question, one of which is EPRI, the other of which is JD Power.
Okay. So is the company a member, is UI or Avangrid a member of the Consumer Energy Alliance Association?
One moment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure offhand.
Sure. So can we, for subject to check, I did take a look at the members and I saw Avangrid as a member. So subject to check, would you agree with that?
I would take that subject to check. I'm not familiar offhand.
Thanks. So do UI ratepayer dollars, would they flow up to the parent company through shared services for these types of membership dues?
So I'm not sure about this particular membership, clearly, given that I didn't know about it until you just asked about it. However, what I can offer is there was a data request response pretty late into discovery where we were asked to provide the exact amounts that are flowing to UI from the service company for a wide variety of activities. And I recall membership dues being one of them. If you give me a moment, I can research that and see if that contains the answer to your question.
Sure.
I don't recall offhand, though.
Yep. Thanks.
My apologies. I'm struggling to dig this up on the fly. I have a distinct memory of a data request that asked for like a dozen or 2 dozen different types of costs towards the end of discovery. If this extends past lunch, I'm sure I could find it at lunch and provide you the reference.
Okay, that would be acceptable. Thanks. I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I do not have any questions for this panel. So does the company need a moment to consider redirect? Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jamie. Sorry, I saw you cut it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's the thing right now. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's on Broadway right now. I'm not sure. I know, but. No, no. Yeah, they were. We saw several, that teachers take their own. They're not too big. But yeah.
Attorney Venora.
Yes, we do have brief redirect. Mr. Eves will be back in the room in a moment, but in the meantime, Mr. Hurwitz did find the information that Commissioner Arconti was looking for.
Very good.
So the data request response that I was recalling was RRU 365. Upon review, that does not make the answer to your question obvious. However, we were able to confirm that the costs of that membership are not allocated down to UI and accordingly not reflected in our proposed revenue requirement in this case.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Eves, to make sure you do you have your materials ready of you, in front of you? Okay.
Yes, I do, Counselor.
Just briefly, Mr. Eves, you recall the questioning from EOE relating to some of the various storm invoices in EOE 249 UI Supplement 1, correct?
Yes.
And is there a note on page 3 of that attachment that you wanted to draw attention to?
Yes, at the bottom of page 3, there is an invoice description where it says provided UI with distribution crews for storm restoration 8/4/2024 through 8/7/2024. Labor is billed 24 hours per MSA. So that note there, indicates that there potentially could be terms in the contract that would drive the billing that may be different from the specific hours that the crews recorded.
Okay, so said differently, then are you testifying that the contract terms may either they govern and may override or affect the hours that are shown in the individual's timesheets?
Yes, that is accurate, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have for redirects.
Thank you. This panel is excused and we will move into the capital investments panel from the company, please.
Jack. Well, I'm about to come sit next to you.
Yeah, I got plenty of
I believe OCC is up first for cross.
Sorry.
Okay, Attorney Vaughn.
Good morning. I'd ask the panel, beginning with Mr. Hurwitz, to each please state your full names and positions for the record, please.
Jacob Hurwitz, Senior Director of Revenue Requirements on behalf of UI.
James Cole, Vice President of Projects on behalf of UI.
Adam McLaughlin, Senior Director of Investment Planning.
Chucky is Vice President of Electric Operations, UI.
April Tavers, Vice President Accounting.
Thank you. To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late file exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late file exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And to the panel, have you reviewed and do you adopt the responses to the following late filed exhibits sponsored in the area of capital additions? That's LFE 60 through 65, LFE 68, 69, and 92.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you adopt, or do you have any updates or corrections to these late file exhibit requests not previously identified for the record?
No.
No.
And do you adopt your responses to these late file exhibit requests as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Attorney Whale.
Thank you, Tom Wheel, for Office of Consumer Counsel. I think I may also have overestimated my cross time for today, but we'll see. I'm going to start with questions about LFE 16, which was actually sponsored by the customer service panel, but I was redirected to this panel with questions about it.
Yep, and we'll bring up Ms. Palella, who was previously sworn in, but just to help out.
Attorney White had some cross about the kind of distinction between the 1.1 million and 1.335 million. So I have some questions that are getting at, I think, the allocation element of that differential, which maybe will make more sense when I ask the questions. I guess my first question is actually about CIP 5, where this project is located on that exhibit. And the question is just the original CIP 5 filed with the application, I think, identifies this project as costing $905,080. I can try to find the line reference if that's helpful.
I see this project listed for that amount on line 154. And to note that that does include this schedule shows the distribution allocation of any common expenditures.
Thank you. And based on is the May 15th plant update the last plant update in this case? It's a supplement 5.
In terms of actual plant additions?
Yes, I'm referring to the updates that have been filed throughout the case. I think there have been 5 different supplements, and I just wanted to confirm, I think the one filed on May 15th is the last one to have been filed before like the late file hearing date. Just want to make sure.
That's correct. Supplement 5 reflects actual plan additions through April 2025.
Okay. And this project, I think, moved to CIP 3 because over the course of this application, it started out as forecasted plant and then closed in the interim period. So now it's shifted over to completed plant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the reason for my question is I think Ms. White asked the customer service panel to confirm that what is being sought for not for recovery because we're talking about plant, but the total cost of this project that is driving the rate request here is 1.3 million. But just for clarification, I think it's 1.09 million. It's 1.091 million allocated to distribution. Is that correct?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. There was also, I don't know why, I think I just referred to Attorney White as Miss White again. I don't know why my brain keeps doing that. Maybe I had like an elementary school teacher with that name or something. I apologize. Attorney White also was asking about the 130, there was a simple typo on LFE 16 with respect to the $135,000 figure. And I think I already asked this question, but I think I was going to redirect it again to this panel. My question, I think I was discussing with Mr. Hurwitz, was about the portion of that same area of the exhibit that estimates the rate impact of the revenue requirement. Have you had time to reconsider that?
We have, and I think the issue there is the sentence you highlighted ends in per kWh. It should instead end in per month. When you do 3 cents per month per residential customer, it seems a lot more reasonable.
Yes, that I suspected that might have been the issue, but thanks for clarifying. And is that calculation of the revenue impact for this project based on the current estimated distribution allocated amount of the project, or based on like the original estimate?
This would certainly be the distribution allocated piece. It's based on numbers being taken out of the plan model. And as my colleague, Mr. O'Laughlin, just described, those are distribution adjusted. I'll stop there.
Understood. So the 135,000 is from the plant model, and it's based on the plant model lay file 1 exhibit 3.
Let me double check if this is based on the original plant model or the updated one.
Okay.
And this will take me a minute, so I don't know if you
okay
go to the next, and I'll be right back.
Sure. I had some questions about the table on exhibit on LFE 16, and Attorney White was asking some similar questions, so I'll try not to cross over the ones she's already asked. But I noticed there's internal salary capitalization. Can you? And I fumbled your last name before, Miss Taberge. Okay, I think this question is for Miss Taberge. Could you just, or anyone, remind me of the policy for capitalizing internal labor, like when that gets capitalized?
It depends on the nature of the work being performed. So specifically for software, in our capitalization policy, we describe the types of activities under ASC 350, which is the FASB guidance around internally developed software. So we submitted the capitalization policy. It was RSR 111 UI attachment 1. And starting at the bottom of 16, but really the details on page 17 of that attachment, it discusses what types of activities related to internal use software can be capitalized and at which stages of the projects. So this is the guidance that we give to our project managers involved in this type of work. And so they should be capitalizing only either external or internal costs as they relate to those activities that are allowed to be capitalized under the standards.
Okay. And I think, and that's the rationale there, is that the software itself is the asset, like that.
Correct.
Okay.
But there's some sort of configuration, development, customization that's required to make the software meet our needs and be used and useful for our customers.
Okay. I mean, is the rationale similar to the rationale of capitalized? Like if you're building a distribution asset, you're capitalizing the labor of the crews that are doing the work. Is it the same idea?
So the pole can't provide service until someone puts it in the ground and attaches the overhead line to it. As simple as that sounds when I say it out loud.
Okay. And Attorney White was asking about the system integrator And just to confirm, I asked some questions about the system integrator for a different for the AMI project. But this is also an external vendor. I think that was clear maybe from the testimony yesterday, but okay.
Yeah, and the same rules apply, right? So if the vendor is doing, so one of the activities that always comes up is training. You know, if they're doing the training too, that piece needs to be O&M. And then other activities that they do need to be, or can qualify as capitalization according to those rules that we have in our policies.
Okay. And is that I guess this question is applies to the system integrator, the creation of the rate design, and the billing vendor line items. Are those like one-time? No, I mean, is that work that's performed and then it's over, and that's not ongoing work that needs to support the software asset?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then licensing, I think I recall that that's also in the capitalization policies. Is it like a similar notion that it's like similar to like a expense incurred in building a distribution asset, that the licensing is also a...
Right. So I think in this instance, perhaps the licensing was just related to the development and the customization. So do they need particular licensing to get in there and mess around with the code? As opposed to the license of a software application, as long as we have control over the use of that software, can be an asset in its own. I mean, very rarely do you get like an out-of-the-box software that you plug and play and doesn't require any thing, but that's sort of the other side of this. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll take a leap that this is particular customization related to our billing systems, and our billing systems are in SAP. So the SAP license itself is sort of the asset, and then this work is configuration and development of that asset. And there can be particular, it's like if you had to use a vehicle to get to a job to install a pole, in this case, you maybe have particular licensing requirements to open up the system in order to do the development and configuration related to that application that you normally wouldn't, a normal user wouldn't have, right? Because our users are just working in the system, not configuring the system.
Thank you.
I did want to clarify. We did some additional research on that line item. That should be categorized as the creation of rate design, external vendor, rather than software licensing. That was work that vendor did.
Okay. So that like 59,243 should be shifted up to the 28,883 line.
Exactly.
Okay. The reason for my questions is I'm just having trouble kind of conceptually understanding why this isn't all O&M, because I, like, if I'm thinking simply, if we're making like the pole comparison, I'm not seeing the pole here. Like I'm understanding that like the work that puts the pole in the ground is part of the value of the pole, but at the end of the day, there's a pole. This all just seems like work. So can you explain like why?
So it's work being done that serves benefits over multiple years. So if you think about, just sort of the matching principle. So the asset is our software application, and we plan to use that software application, this billing system, probably indefinitely, right? So the work that we're doing today to do this initial configuration is going to provide value as long as that configuration is in place. So it is a little more difficult to understand with an intangible rather than a physical asset, but it's the same activity of getting that asset used and useful in its intended condition to perform its intended function. Without those sort of setup costs, then the software won't operate as we need it to. So that's why in accounting we're allowed to, capitalize those. They usually refer them as like implementation costs. But in some cases where we have a change, we could have, midstream, we've been using the billing system, but now we need to add additional configuration because of these new rates and it still follows the same kind of guidelines, and you're setting it up once, but it's going to provide benefits over multiple years.
Thanks. That kind of got into my next question of like area of confusion is about the capitalization of, so this is like related, this is an improvement to the SAP system, which itself was already an asset, correct?
Yeah.
So if that happens before that asset is fully depreciated, what happens to the remaining value of that asset, like before
Yeah.
this project starts?
At depreciation, as you know, in our curves and all of that. So you basically calculate depreciation for regulatory assets as the gross investment times the rate. So in theory, the assets never stop depreciating as long as they're still in service. So this additional work would be added to the gross investment of the SAP application itself, and it would continue to generate depreciation. And right, those rates would be reset as you evaluate, how long you intend to keep that billing system, what's the, plans of the company. So if we were to come and say, like, we're going to switch billing systems and we're going to retire the legacy system, back kind of like the water heaters, right? We would need to have a process such that we don't end up with stranded assets, and we evaluate, what investments do we have that we haven't recovered yet, and how much more useful life do they have?
So what's the useful life that's applied? Is there a just standard useful life applied to software?
We use 10 years or the contractual obligation. So sometimes software licenses, especially today in the terms of like cloud hosting and things, they'll have a term and they take the keys away from us. In the case of SAP, it's an on-prem solution that we can use it forever. Essentially, we have to pay for the upgrades and things like that. But I believe we're using 10 years for the billing system. And as we make these additional investments, they would start another 10-year clock because it's sort of like our investments are in perpetuity. We plan to keep using our assets, forever in the performance of providing service.
Okay. So this, this particular project, which as we just discussed, is adding, I lost my number, but it's adding like $1 million to rate base.
Right.
That $1 million is going to wind down over 10 years, right?
Approximately. The rates can be a little different than the life just based on the remaining life principles, but fundamentally, yes.
Okay. But if a year from now, there's a similar project to improve the same system, does this $1 million still wind down over that period of time? And then there's another $1 million added on with another 10 years on top of that?
It would depend on the circumstances. So if it's an incremental new configuration and the $1 million we're talking about now is still providing value, then yes. And I think this is easier to think about with tangible assets, but if you're removing that, it's no longer valuable and we're putting in a new configuration, in theory, you would retire that portion of the investment. But again, the way that the assets work for the regulated companies, that would continue to be in rate base. It would just move from gross investment to accumulated depreciation. It would stop generating new depreciation expense, but it wouldn't have a change on rate base because that would still be part of, what we're recovering and adjusting in our depreciation rates.
Okay. Thank you. Another quick question about the internal salary. Is there a corresponding, to the internal salary value here of $457,000 is presumably derived from hours, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So is there a corresponding adjustment to the O&M hour, the hours that are reported to expense?
Right. The way that we do our labor rates, we use standard hourly rates that are fully loaded with all the benefit costs. So each employee has a specific rate based on that. And we have a total pool of labor costs, right? Because our salaries are what they are, regardless if we capitalize, our pension is what it is. So we take those full costs and then we allocate them to the hours using those standard hourly rates. So whatever portion of labor gets capitalized would be a direct reduction to our payroll costs coming through O&M or our pension costs coming through O&M. There'd be a credit there, moving those costs to capital.
Okay. And this might be a question for Mr. Hurwitz, but is that reflected in the rate year, to the extent that CIP 5 includes projects that have internal labor capitalization? Is there an adjustment to the rate year comp that matches that?
Yeah, we reflect an adjustment for the capitalization of company employees, and you can see that on subject to check Schedule C 3.15, page 2, which then carries through the various labor-related schedules of the revenue requirement.
Okay. So hypothetically, again, with my Mr. Eves caveat saying, not suggesting that this is, if like a project that's a rate year project that isn't in service yet were removed and there was an element in there of capitalized labor, would that require that there be an upward adjustment to the O&M portion to account for the missing labor in the rate year, the missing O&M labor in the rate year? In other words, maybe put more simply, if it turns out that there's a disallowed project that the company's not going to do and there's 50 hours of internal labor allocated to that, would you need to take that 50 hours and put it back into internal comp?
I think in effect, that's what you would have to do. Mathematically, that would be difficult to do using the framework of the exhibits as we filed them. So you would have to, the quickest and easiest way to accomplish that would be to force it and just add the dollars to the amount of labor expense. Using the framework of the exhibit as we filed it would be difficult to fit that in naturally, but conceptually, that is exactly correct.
Okay. Thanks. My next couple questions are about LFE 66. And starting with attachment 1.
So I'm there. So the state of Connecticut billing manual.
Yep. Yes. So this was just for context for anyone who's been following along with my fascinating line of cross. This relates to I had a number of questions about the policies of a state-related project, how the state can compensate for a portion of that project according to their own policies. This, I believe, was a late file providing those policies from as developed by the state. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. My first question is just a really basic one. I noticed that there's portions of this exhibit that are highlighted, like on page 23 and 26. Is that does that have anything to do with this exhibit, or is that just in the PDF?
The state highlighted those sections, I guess, for our benefit, for the reader's benefit.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to find
I asked that question myself. Why did we send something in that we highlighted? And
okay. Page 10 of the exhibit. Is that I was just trying to find the portion of this exhibit that pertains to what I was just referencing, that pertains to the kind of policy of cost sharing, if you want to call it that, between the state and the utility. And this was the closest I found. Is the where it's talking about cost apportionment, where there's the 50% for state road, private utility, the reference to statute 13A-126 on here, that kind of, it's not really a table, but the section between the two lines, is that the policy? Is that discussing the same or referencing the same policy that we talked about during the hearing about the cost share, like when the state compensates a utility for state-related work?
yes, it's the basis for the 50%.
Okay. Thank you.
On a state road.
Thanks. And then moving on to attachment 2 of LFE 66.
I'm there.
I have just a similar question. These are really basic questions. It's just about making sure I'm looking at sort of the right parts of these attachments to understand the policy we're discussing. So starting on page 6 of that. Is that where, is that also discussing the reimbursement section that's referenced there? Is that the reimbursement that we're talking about when we're discussing when UI has to perform when UI has to move its facilities associated with a state project? Is this
it's referencing that reimbursement, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it says on page 6 that reimbursement is an equitable share of preliminary engineering services and construction activities associated with the relocation, adjustment, and removal of public service facilities in conflict with a state highway project. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And we talked a little bit about the hearing about that there, I think the discussion was how there's sometimes a negotiation with the state about sort of what is and what isn't reimbursable as part of a project.
And I think that that comes down to what their interpretation of what was in direct conflict and what we need to do. And again, the example I use there is they put a bridge abutment on top of our duct line. So the end solution we need to produce is the ability to connect all those customers back. And there's a discussion around exactly what was the direct conflict, what was on a state road, what was not. And there can be differences.
Okay, thank you. And you answered the question I had, I think, but my question was just sort of, is it the interpretation of the in conflict with, is that the basis of that negotiation, like the basis of the gray area potentially of a project?
What is a state road? What isn't? You're not on the state road, you know, for that piece, so that's not included. Yeah, so but that is the core element.
Okay, thank you. My last couple of questions are about LFE 69. And specifically the attachment there. And this is about fleet, I should say.
Yeah, we'll just bring up Mr. Pereira, who sponsored the late file exhibit.
Should be. What is showing?
Good morning.
Morning. And I think probably these questions are mostly, again, going to be about things like stranded assets and depreciation, but we'll see. My first question was, I think I heard during the hearing that vehicles are treated as individual assets.
Yes.
Okay. So for the sake of meaning, like the very first, the very third item on this list, because the first two are trailers, but the item on line 8, the Chevy Equinox, 13 years old, 150,000 miles. In column G, it shows useful life of 12 years. So that individual asset is depreciating over 12 years.
Right, and it would stop depreciating when it gets to net book value 0. We usually have a terminal value that you assume that there's some sort of salvage value on a vehicle. And after the vehicle is disposed, there's a true up process where we say, what's the undepreciated value plus any proceeds that we receive by auctioning that vehicle? It's normally the path that we take, or maybe insurance, and those combined would be posted to the P&L. Either as a gain or a loss on the disposal of the vehicle.
Okay. Thank you. So starting at line, just for example, starting at line 52, row 52 of this Excel spreadsheet through row 70, there's kind of a cluster of vehicles that all have a remaining useful life of 4 years. So if these assets are retired before 4 years is over, what can you explain are they removed from rate base? Can you explain just sort of the mechanics of what happens there?
They would be retired from rate base altogether. And again, we would consider that the income received from selling those vehicles would be higher than what we assumed as a terminal value because we're doing it earlier than that assumption. But it would be whatever the market dictates. And when those vehicles are disposed, that difference between what incomes we could get and what the undepreciated value would go to the income statement in the year that disposal occurred.
Okay. And what about the remaining, like what if presuming that the salvage cost is less than the remaining value that's on the books, what happens to that difference? So if
it would also go to the income statement, right? Whatever the difference is between those two, whatever the undepreciated value is, and then the income together. If the income exceeds, then we have a gain on the sale that goes to the benefit of customers. If the income is less than that terminal value or the undepreciated amount, then we would have a loss on the income statement.
Okay. And kind of a similar question about, for example, I don't even know if my examples are helpful because they're all just sort of theoretical questions, but like looking at line 75, there's a truck there that is 7 years beyond its useful life. So in that circumstance, ratepayers paid the ratepayers paid the rate base of impact of that full useful life, and then for 7 years, there hasn't been any rate base impact, correct?
It's been free.
Well, getting to my question, yeah. I guess what my question is, if the use for 12 years, this, I guess I'll back up a little. The useful life applied was 12 years. It's now 7 years beyond that. So this is a 19-year vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess you could frame it as free, but is it also fair to say that ratepayer is paid essentially accelerated depreciation on this asset?
They're still considered groups of when the life is determined in the depreciation study. So, and I think Mr. Pereira had mentioned in the hearings that some vehicles perform better than others. So in this class of vehicle, there's likely some others that don't make it to 12 years. And this one is sort of offsetting that average because we don't assign, I'm trying to recall for UI, there may be like 1 or 2 depreciation rates. So sometimes you have one for cars and one for trucks or one for heavy duty trucks, but it's still not down to the individual make and model. So you do expect that you're going to have some variability. And I was being a little cheeky about free. If you keep a vehicle longer than what your expected life, you likely have additional maintenance and repairs and things like that that would go through O&M. So even though you're not generating depreciation any longer, you still have a cost to operate and maintain that vehicle to the standards that are required for safety.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. What I would add to that is I think that the O&Ms would probably not have an expectation of a life of 19 years for a GMC Colorado. So I think that, we've been, due to different circumstances, we've run the fleet longer than we probably would want to. But I think we have an opportunity here now to potentially fix that.
Okay. Thank you. I did also have a question about that because I had that, I read, I think in the interim rate increase testimony, there was some discussion about the need to delay replacement of fleet as a result of the last rate case decision. But I also did notice that there are a number of vehicles here with remaining useful life that they would have already been expired as of the last rate decision. I was just curious, and some of them, 7 years. Are those vehicles, I guess, why weren't those vehicles replaced prior to the last rate decision?
So prior to the last rate decision, we had the COVID epidemic as well. So that impacted our ability to replace vehicles and with the availability, if you recall, the chip shortage and things of that nature. So I think all of those elements coming into 2020 and then beyond, have put us in a position where we do have a backlog of vehicles to be replaced.
Okay. And a kind of specific question, one standout here, and there were a couple more. I mean, just for clarity, this exhibit is just limited to the fleet that is expected to be replaced in the rate year if there is the allowance of the capital. But there was an earlier exhibit that showed the entire fleet and information on it. So I'm looking at line 7, this trailer that's 55 years beyond its useful life. I'm just curious. I'm legitimately curious about why now? I mean, I understand, the concept of nothing lasts forever, but I'm just curious, why this wasn't replaced a long time ago.
Some pieces of equipment are specialized to some extent. So in this particular instance, that might have been the case, where it doesn't see a lot of use, but it gets maintained regularly. It's designed for specific use. And so we're able to extend its use.
And as a trailer, I mean, it's structural steel typically. And then it has, you know, other elements that can be replaced, so its life can be extended potentially. And I think in a lot of cases, we try to do that. And I think in your own experience, that there are assets that run very well for a long time, and then there are assets that don't. And I think that was one that we could, you know, repair the individual pieces and keep a safe operating trailer for an extended period of time.
Okay. Thank you. And one last question about, again, going back to the conversation we were having about the impact of removing an asset from rate base before it's fully retired. The value that's removed from rate base, is that like the current undepreciated initial value on that, or is that, I guess I should say, the number that's moved onto the income statement, is that number inclusive of the expected return remaining over the remaining useful life, or is it just the present value of the asset, like when it's removed from rate base?
I think that's a simple question, but I'm trying to understand the terms, present value and things like that. It is the acquisition value at cost. So what did we pay? Depreciated over the useful life. And as you know, when we do depreciation study, the lives can change. So maybe it was using 10 years for a period of time, and then it was changed to 12, and those changes are always prospective. So it is literally what it cost us minus what has been depreciated.
Okay. So like that, the example we were talking about before about a vehicle that has 4 years left, if that vehicle stayed in rate base, it would be the same concept, except there would also be each year a return applied to the remaining undepreciated value in each individual year of that.
Oh,
remaining
in the
life.
rate base calculation.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, it would be part of rate base.
Yes.
Yeah.
So but that return element isn't part of what gets moved to the income statement. Like there isn't any. Okay.
No, it's just in our books and records, what is the net book value? What did we pay for it minus what have we depreciated to the income statement?
Okay. Thank you. That was my last question for this panel.
Thank you. Attorneys, Pura staff. Attorney General.
My apologies. I did not.
No, Mr. Hurwitz.
I dug up the answer to Attorney Wheel's question. My apologies.
Okay.
It was calculated using the original plant model. I'm so sorry. I did not mean.
No, it's fine. Deep. Thank you. EOE.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
No questions.
Questions. I also do not have any questions. Attorneys Benor, Vaughn, do you need a moment to consider a redirect? Okay, we'll stand in recess.
Chairman Gillette, we have no redirect. I was gonna let them get settled, but I figured
Thank you. Okay, very good. We have excused the environmental remediation panel on page 11, which moves us to the panel on page 12 for rates and rate design. So that's the company's panel to approach. And I believe EOE is up first for cross-examination. You're up first for cross. Okay, Attorney Vaughn, you want to introduce your panel for the record, please?
thank you. To the panel members, could you each, beginning with Mr. Therian, please state your full names and positions for the record?
Greg Therian, Vice President, Concentric Energy Advisors.
Concentric Energy Advisors.
Benjamin Lobick, Manager, Smart Meter Systems Operations, Connecticut.
Mark Holka, Manager Pricing.
Heather Tebbets, Director of Regulatory Review at Illuminating.
Thank you. And to the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
I did.
I did.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yes.
And have you reviewed and do you adopt the responses to the following late filed exhibits sponsored in the area of rates and rate design, LFE 51, LFE 71 through 76, and LFE 78 through 82?
Yes.
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 And do you have any updates, corrections, or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified for the record?
No.
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 And do you adopt your responses to late filed exhibit requests as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin with cross by the EOE, please.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners, Council and panel. I'm Jamie Spanhake from EOE. I just have a few clarifying questions regarding 3 LFEs, just mostly to confirm my understanding of the facts. So I'm looking first at LFE 76.
I'm there.
So at the hearing, and as you mentioned in LFE 76, the company stated it expected to receive responses to the RFP for the system integrator on May 13th, and the company updated that expectation to receive responses from bidders by May 16th, 2025. So my question is, have you received responses to the RFP?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and did you receive multiple responses?
Yes, we have.
And do you expect more?
No, not at this time.
Okay. And thus far, are the bids aligned financially with the services cost of $276,000 as stated in LFE 76?
In the range around that, yes.
Okay. Okay, next I'd like to look at LFE 81 and LFE 82. And I just want to get clarity on the timeline of the steps taken from August 2023 to the present for complying with the authority's direction in docket number 220808 for time of use. So LFE 81 refers to research conducted by Concentric regarding, and I'll quote, customer research around time of use options. And LFE 81 UI attachment 1 is Concentric's report regarding that research. So my question is the only customer research around time of use options conducted by Concentric for the company for this rate case the information that is in LFE 81 UI attachment 1?
So in terms of actually the question in the, okay, sorry. Okay. In terms of the context of the question that was asked, the late file during the hearing itself, it was actually referencing that specific report, the analysis we have done to look at behavioral change for customers that switch from R to RT. So the response, I believe, is even though unfortunately the question seems much broader, it was specifically, the conversation was specifically about that report. We Concentric did look at other time of use options in terms of, we did research regarding what some other time of use rates are, what the periods are. So we did do other research.
Right, so LFE 81 is regarding, I'm quoting, provide details regarding the customer research around time of use options. So I understand there was other research done. I'm specifically interested in customer research around time of use options. And I think what you're saying is that UI interpreted this to mean only the customer research regarding the change from rate R to rate RT. Is that correct?
Yes, things we were specifically talking about that report when this question was asked.
Okay, so was there other research regarding customer research done by Concentric?
Yeah, we did not do customer research.
Okay, thank you. And LFE 81 lists only research conducted by Concentric. So I'd like to briefly discuss the company's research. So LFE 82, paragraph 3 of the answer mentions the company's research regarding, among other things, but what I'm interested in is customer preferences for time of use rates in docket number 171203 REO1, which was a survey conducted between April and August 2024. So my question is this the only customer research around time of use options conducted by the company itself?
I think that was REO 2. Just the AMI docket.
Yeah, you're correct. That's right. So is that research that was filed in that docket, which was also filed in this docket, is that the only customer research around time of use options conducted by the company itself?
That is the only research that I'm aware of. I'm not sure if our customer care side has done additional that was not reported in that, but that research was performed specifically for the 171203 REO2 docket to fulfill the requirements of that order.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at LFE 81, UI Attachment 1 redacted, which is Concentric's report to the company regarding customer research around time of use options that we were just discussing. And so that document has a date of August 15, 2024 in the upper right corner, but a date of August 15, 2022 in the title of the document. So I just want to confirm the date of the document. I presume it's 2024, but I just want to make sure.
Yes, it was 2024.
And the upper right corner of that document also refers to this as a draft version. I'm wondering if this is the final version.
That is the final version.
Okay, thank you. Looking at LFE 82 in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the company's answer. I see actions were taken in September and October 2023, which included issuing the rates compliance plan, which you sometimes refer to as the RCP. And then there is also a statement following that in LFE 82 regarding a proposal received by the company from Concentric Energy Advisors on October 18th, 2023. And the LFE 82 goes on to state that the company, quote, soon contracted with CEA. So I just have two quick questions. I just want to confirm that CEA and Concentric both refer to the same company, Concentric Energy Advisors.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know the date the company soon contracted with Concentric after receipt of the proposal on October 18th, 2023?
I believe we included that in the
Yeah.
response. Subject to check November 12th, 2023.
If I were to point you to LFE 81 UI attachment 2 redacted, where it states the proposal letter signed by the company on November 2nd, 2023, would that be the contract? Would that be the date that soon contracted is referring to?
Can you give me that attachment again, please?
Yes, it is LFE 81 UI attachment 2.
Is that LFE 82 UI attachment 2?
Maybe, let me look.
I believe that was for the TOU study.
Yeah, but if you look at the end of the first paragraph.
Let's see.
The November 2nd date was for the TOU study. The work that was contracted for the TOU rate design was, I think, on November 12th.
When you say the TOU study, what do you mean?
The R to RT study, the customer consumption behavior study. That's the subject of LFE 81.
Right, which is dated June 20th, 2024. And at the end of the first paragraph, it says the scope of work outlined in this proposal is incremental to the scope of work outlined in the proposal letter signed by the company on November 2nd, 2023. So I'm wondering if that is referring to the contracted date for the first or the initial.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to confirm, so looking at LFE 81 attachment 2, that is supplemental to the original scope of work, right? Which is the customer usage change analysis.
Can you explain like supplemental in what sense?
This is in addition to the proposal that was accepted by the company on November 2nd, 2023, outlined your scope of work. And the customer usage change analysis was supplemental or additional to the original scope of work. And that scope of work is outlined in LFE 81 UI attachment 2.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I found what I was looking for.
Okay.
And it's signed by Mr. Daniel Canavan, VP Regulatory Affairs, on November 2nd, 2023. And this is for a scope of work for time of use, allocated cost of service, and demand charges. And the demand charges are really a recommendation around rate GS and GST.
Understand, thank you. And you're looking at LFE 82 attachment 2.
Well, I wasn't able to find it under that specific. I was able to find it under our own internal
Okay,
contracting website, but yes.
yeah, it's at the end of the document. Okay, thank you.
And yes, I'm now able to confirm it under the LF 82 attachment.
Great, thank you. All right, just one last question. LFE 82 attachment 1, which is the rates compliance plan. This seems to be a list of the authority's orders assigned to specific employees. Is that correct? When I say the orders, I mean from docket number 220808.
Correct.
Was there a plan with more specificity, or what this is the rates compliance plan?
Well, this was the overall plan that was put together when we looked at it. Each one of these items may have had more detailed planning, may have had work to it, but this was the overall view of what we had to do to comply with the order.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to take our lunch break. We will resume at 12:40 with this panel and Deep Cross, please.
Okay.
Really work for now. Yeah, you gotta really work for now. You constantly under tension at that end. My God. So I keep waiting, especially because my phone uses one of my phones was, I guess it didn't charge last night. So I put plugged in, so I've got the whole hands are covered. I'm like, I swear. Yeah, it's on my phone. Exactly. Oh, logistics.
I love how they extended the question. What do the colors mean? Like, okay.
We got the over under on 50. Isn't there a 5:15 flight? Can't you change it? Oh, are you flying American? No, I'm not. Oh, well, that's why you gotta fly American. It's 5:15. You're not, it's not looking good for you right now. Oh, you know. Friday. Last day, so. Well, I got a flight there. I got a flight at 4:45 Brent, so I'm praying to God we're not here for this time.
Yeah, they could have won a couple of years in a row.
Could have.
That team they had, everyone. They just falling off. Oh, yeah. Gonna do that, they expect them to go to Miami and all that. Still on a whole glass of water, like the truth. Just want to observe, it looks like like a blowout game and the rest of the people left in the stadium. Just waiting for the end.
Okay, let's get back on the record. Anything before we begin?
Yes, Chair Gillette, just going back to my comments at the beginning of the day, we still have, I don't know, about 4 or 6 of the supplements that are still in process. We took one additional one that Mr. Hurwitz is working on, and if Pura would allow, we'd like to extend to keep the record open to file those by end of day on Tuesday. We'll use best efforts to get them in by noon on Tuesday. We will likely get a number more filed today, but just the way things are developing with everybody still in the hearing room today, it's a little bit of a challenge.
Understood. Are there any objections from other parties or interveners? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we will hold the record open until 4 p.m. on Tuesday, May 27th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nothing further, then we will resume cross for this panel by Deep, please.
Thank you. I'm Susanna Nigro from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and I'm joined today by Mr. Eric Annis from DETP.
It's on. I'm very the opposite of Mr. Runal there. Good afternoon, guys. Eric Annis again, ANNES, the court reporter. I'm just going to follow up a little bit on late files 81 and on the research on real-time rates and rate R as well, and the customer behavior. And I think the last hearing, Attorney Nigro started to get into it. I kind of wanted to make sure the research that's being conducted by Concentric is inclusive or was inclusive of the experience that UI had when they had a mandatory real-time rate. And I think in response, Mr. Kolka, to Attorney Nigro's question on the experience with mandatory rates, you said that they had that, but then it was taken away in a later rate case, and I can't remember the docket numbers off the top of my head. But I would like just, if you could, if anyone on the panel can expand upon how the repeal of the mandatory real-time rates came about, why UI recommended it in that rate case, and just the general experience that the utility had with the mandatory real-time rate.
Yes. That was repealed in docket number 160604. That's when we petitioned to have the requirement that a customer, a radar customer who exceeded 2,000 kilowatt hours per month be placed permanently on radar T. And I think that came about in the decision in docket 050604 RE04 in the 2006-2007 era. So that's where that's the timeline that it came on. And we probably converted or switched to radar T 30 to 35,000 customers during that period. Most customers didn't seem to have a problem, but every so often there would be customers who would complain. Most of the complaints were handled in the customer service center. If someone was over 2,000, they would usually save, not necessarily, but most customers would save on radar T. Every so often there would be a customer who was more opposed to it than most everyone else. And some of those complaints were escalated up through the company. And some of them may have been escalated to PURA. Some of them may have been escalated to a state legislator. And every so often they would be a rate change request put in to see if this customer could go back onto radar T. So those always came to me after I took over that responsibility. And I would look to see what happened in the customer's billing history. So if anyone was over 2,000 and they stayed consistently over 2,000, they were always left on radar T and they had to stay there. Every so often, a customer would have breached the 2,000 kilowatt hour threshold for an uncommon occurrence. Something happened and they breached it once or breached it twice and never came back to it. In that case, I would make a decision and we would put that customer back on radar with the telling them that this was a one-time move back to radar T. And if someone breached a 2,000 kilowatt hour threshold again, they went on to radar T and they stayed there. You couldn't go back twice. And it would only be, we would do it if there was something that happened anonymously in their consumption.
Okay. Then I guess I'll follow up a little bit. Are those customers still, or a lot of those customers, 30, 35,000, I guess now it's almost 10 years later, are they still on a lot of them are on RT?
The total count on radar T is fairly close to what it was in 2017. The absolute number on radar T hasn't changed by very much. Radar is creeping up because we get a couple of thousand residential customers per year that sign up. The vast majority of those are going to radar. So we didn't have a heavy migration out of radar T back to radar for most customers. We do provide, when a mandated customer request to go back to rate R, which they can do now, we provide them a billing analysis over their past year's worth of consumption valued at current rates, give them that comparison, and most customers decide to stay on rate RT. Every so often, someone will want to go back to rate R, and once they see that, we'll put them there. When we first had the restriction rescinded and people were allowed to go back, we got maybe a couple of dozen that they wanted to go back, and they were the most vocal ones, which is why we proposed that to begin with, because there started to be, in the 2015 era, a number of customers who were vehemently opposed to being put onto rate RT, and this got escalated. So that's when we petitioned and received the rescission of that requirement to go on to rate RT.
Thank you, Mr. Golka. I guess also, is the current RT rate have a rate that is higher in the summer than in the winter? Again, this is somewhat of a follow-up from what Attorney Nigro was getting at last occasion, or is it you don't have, that's not the experience the current rate design?
We petitioned and received the approval to eliminate the seasonal differential on July 1st, 2021. So we have not had a seasonal differential in any of our rates since July 1st, 2021.
And why did you ask that in 21?
Well, it was a COVID era. It was the beginning of the COVID era. There was a lot of people who were staying home. There were people who were concerned about high bill complaints, that kind of thing. And we also had a new time schedule for the RAM, where the RAM rates were scheduled to change on May 1st. The seasonal rate changed on June 1st, and the standard service rate changed on July 1st. So we had 3 rate changes in a row, May 1st, June 1st, and July 1st, which is a lot of rate changes in a short period of time at a time where there was heightened awareness of rate changes, whether they go up or down. These were rate changes that were happening, and customers were going to see 3 prorated bills all in a row. So that's why we figured that, at least for the time being, we would petition to get the seasonal differential eliminated.
And the current proposal, the end rate would, and I think Attorney Nigro asked you, would have a higher summer rate than a winter rate is the current proposal.
Correct. Yes, we'd bring the summer differentials back in.
And the research done by Concentric hasn't looked at that question of whether the response to the higher summer rate to higher winter rate. Is that fair?
Correct. That question was not asked in any survey that I'm aware of.
Not the Concentric.
Not the Concentric.
I guess.
No, the Concentric was not doing that research. We did do some of that research internal in the company, talking to customers, not necessarily specific about seasonal differentials, only about time of use rates and opt-in versus opt-out, which we filed in Exhibit UI CIP 8.
Yes. And then I guess following up on that, has the recent experience of UI of the higher summer rates, I guess, what is that experience you guys have had, and specifically the summer of 2024? And how is that playing into your thinking on the recommended real-time rate that you're proposing in this case?
So our understanding is that customers' sentiment has been relatively unhappy given the fact that the rates were where they were over the summer. And, looking at the proposal that let me start over. We're looking at 2 principles here when we look at cost of service and time of use rates and public policy. So we have 1 principle of public policy. We have 1 principle of cost of service. We were ordered to create time of use rates that really reflected cost of service. And when you do that, you're going to charge customers based on those costs at the time that they're using. So there are ways to look at this when designing the rates. And if we were looking at this through a public policy way, we would have probably taken a look at what is feasible for customers to pay during the summer periods. And as Mr. Kolka had mentioned, we had asked a while ago to take out that seasonal differential. And really, that's a lot of the reason for it is, what is public policy and what is cost causation? If we wanted to present something that was through public policy, that's an opportunity for us. But what we did was what was ordered, which was to utilize our cost of service study to create these time use rates, which then creates that huge summer differential in price.
Thank you. And then I guess following on that, what is the expected reaction from customers, from your experience of 24 and other time periods of having a cost causation driver of the time of use rates?
Well, as I mentioned, I've been in speaking with others in customer service. It sounds like that the customer sentiment was negative. The experience was negative. Time of use rates can be beneficial to customers. There's a lot of education that's required when they go to time of use. And there's also a lot that customers have to accept, such as those behavioral changes, which is what Concentric was trying to look at. If customers are not willing to make those changes, if their lifestyle doesn't afford them to make those changes, maybe some people can't do their laundry at night. Maybe they have, college kids at home all summer and on winter break who are home. They're not out working. So then they're utilizing energy during those highest price hours. The family has to make a decision that they are going to change their behavior. It can't just be one person. And so there's a lot that goes into not just designing the rates, but getting customer acceptance. And when the rates differentiate so much between seasons, customer acceptance is really difficult.
And again, going back for the public policy that you mentioned a second ago, would UI recommend a different rate design? You said there's different goals, different purposes. But I guess asking if UI had its own, without restrictions of orders from the authority, would it design a rate trying to combine the two different goals? Would it design a rate differently?
I think that given the opportunity, we would take a look at what has been done in Connecticut in the past. We would look at what's been done in other jurisdictions, and we would try to marry cost causation with public policy to come up with something that we believe customers will want to engage in as a rate structure, and also feel that they are getting something out of taking on this rate structure and potential behavioral changes.
I think that would be, you would probably design a different rate than what has been proposed.
We very well may. I can't say for sure because we'd have to look at the data, but it would definitely be something that we would look into as to whether or not we would come out with the same answer that we have in what we've proposed now.
I guess my last question is, do customers respond really to rates or to bills, at least so far in your experience?
So in my experience, it's been the bill, right? So if the rate is very high, but their usage is low, they don't notice it. If their rates are low, but their usage is high, they don't notice it. But I would say that customers respond to what their bill is every month, and they look at what their previous bills were, and they compare, and they question, did I use more? Did I use less? Why is my bill at this level? And so while, like I said, rates may change or go up and down, usage may go up and down, you're right. I would agree that they look at the bill at the end of the day and what they're paying.
I guess I lied. I'm gonna ask one more question. I guess if we go more towards the real time or opt out real time, I guess based on the research you have, is it hope that you get more customer engagement where they change their behavior away from bills and more towards rates and their ability to control those bills?
I think that's asking a lot of the customer, and I say that because customers want to pay their bills. Customers want to write their check. Customers don't want to think about Well, they don't want to think about their energy usage if they don't have to, because they have all these other things going on in their lives, right? They want to be able to just pay their bill and have it be reasonable when they're making that payment. And so I do think there are a lot of people out there who do look at their energy usage and try to learn more about it. And that comes with education from the utilities, the organizations within, our jurisdiction. It's really like a community thing that has to be done for people to understand everything.
Thank you. That would be my, unless Mark has something.
I have some to add on to that. In our UI CIP 8, the analysis that we did with our customers, we took a sample of customers who converted from rate R to rate RT on their own preference. So these are customers that feel that they were educated about RT, they understood the benefits that they could obtain from that, and therefore chose to enact that rate change. And the analysis that we had performed by Concentric to do with that showed that a vast majority of customers had less than the error range and change, so not statistically valid change in their usage patterns. And these were customers that self-opted into that rate. So we are noticing that a lot of times, even though customers feel that they might be educated and are making this choice, that they may not be actually leveraging the benefits that they could accrue from the time of use. And that is something we've seen for many years.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. I was worried about asking questions on this because of the redactions. But those customers, do you know if those customers had a bill analysis that knew that they would be better off had they switched to RT without changing any behavior?
I do not have that information available if they did or did not.
We didn't do any formal bill analyses for those customers that switched.
Okay. I guess I'll ask if, like, not for this case, but we'll go back and look at it, because if they knew that they would benefit, you might not be able to learn information about behavioral changes if they already knew they didn't have to change to save money. Again, I don't think it's relevant for today, but I spoke to Heather about that the other day. So yeah, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Commissioners, Chairman.
Thank you. OCC, no cross. CIEC, Attorney General. Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
No question.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick clarifying questions about the late file exhibits. I think both of sets of my questions are about late file exhibit 71. I have questions on attachment 4 and attachment 3. So maybe if we can start with attachment 4, please.
OCC 71, right?
Late file exhibit
Sorry.
71.
Yes, yes.
Attachment 4, thank you. Okay, so my first question is, if you could please explain how the company determined the current voltage and power factor values associated with the minimum sized equipment in the tab labeled min_sys.
So those values were based on discussion with distribution engineers. So company distribution engineers. Actually, the current was provided on OCC 655.
Mr. Eves.
The context of this would be minimum values, as I look at its minimum values, correct? Yeah, so the minimum primary voltage we would have in the system is 2,400 volts. The minimum service voltage would be 120. And the other element of your question was power factor?
Sure, I was asking about the determination of those values associated with the minimum sized equipment in that tab.
So those are the minimum values that we operate at.
For current and voltage, and for power factor, please.
Well, current is gonna flow. If you turn the light switch off, it's 0. Power factor is gonna vary depending on the nature of the load. I think, 0.9 would be a minimum level. But in terms of voltage, those are the minimum operating voltages that exist on our system at those levels.
Okay, thank you. Can we explain why the company multiplied the kilowatt value of a conductor by the number of circuits to compute the total load carrying capacity for conductors? I think it's row 10 in that same tab that we were just looking at.
So it's easy, I guess, relatively easy to compute a kilowatt or a capacity of equipment, transformers or conductors. But to get to the system capacity, there is really not a measure. So what we did was we looked at, okay, if we were to replace all our circuits that currently exist with this minimum size, what is our overall capacity? Because ultimately the goal was to come up with some type of crediting mechanism as contemplated by this LFE. So circuit was a way to try and come up with what would be the total capacity if we were to replace all our circuits by that minimum size equipment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I could switch to attachment 3 of the same late file exhibit, please. Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So when I reviewed the attachment, I developed an understanding of what I think it's saying. So I just want to ask, my question is if you could confirm whether it's accurate to say that the company applied the load carrying capacity adjustment for each rate class prior to calculating the alternative allocators for primary feeder demand related costs.
Sorry, I got lost. Can you restate the question?
Sure, I can ask it in a slightly different way too. So the load carrying capacity adjustments that are reflected in attachment 3, were they incorporated into the cost of service model?
They were only for the secondary because probably our allocator that was developed for this attachment is not necessarily based on demand, like totaling up any type of demand measure. It was more when customers were contributing to the peak of each feeder. So it's not the unit is not based on kilowatt or any demand measure. It's more based on which customers contributed to the actual peak when that occurred.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I think that clears up my understanding. So those are my questions. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect? Okay, we'll stand at recess and recess.
Thank you. We have no redirect for this panel.
Very good, thank you. This panel is excused, and the panel on page 13 was adopted by late file or affidavit. So that brings us to our final panel on page 14 regarding pole attachments. So if I could request that those witnesses for the company approach, and OCC is up first for cross, please. Attorney Vaughn?
Thank you. Would each of the panel members please state your full names and positions for the record, beginning with Mr. Cole?
Mark Holka, Manager of Pricing.
April Thaverge, Vice President of Accounting.
Robin Lyons, Senior Manager of Programs and Joint Use.
Chuck Eves, Vice President, Electric Operations.
Thank you. And I believe the entire panel has been sworn in. I believe Ms. Lyons testified at the underlying hearing. Okay. So to the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearing in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have any updates, corrections, or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified for the record?
No.
No.
And do you adopt your responses to late file exhibit requests as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Attorney Wheel.
Thank you. Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Thank you. Ms. White just saved the day to get us out of the room as soon as possible. Miss White, again. I have a $1 jar. My first question is about LFE 86. This is a redacted exhibit. I'm not going to ask a question about the number. It's kind of a funny exhibit because without the number, it basically says nothing at all. But I just want to understand the process that was undertaken to derive the redacted number without getting into the numbers at all. Like, was the process just doing something like dividing total rate year engineering costs by the total expected cost of poles, like in the expected pole attachment projects?
So we took for the rate year, right? We took the internal engineering O&M portion, the external engineering O&M portion. We took the internal engineering CapEx and the external engineering CapEx, and then got a total cost. And then we divided it by the number of poles that we estimated would be engineered in that year.
Okay. So looking at LFE 90, which is also confidential and redacted, and also without asking any questions about the numbers specific to that exhibit, is that the same? Are those the same inputs as shown in the engineering costs in that exhibit?
Yes, so we took the same inputs, but those were actuals. Those were based on actuals because they look back. For the rate year we used the modeling that was done in that UI RRP 17, and then we had to revise it in RSR 174. So we based it on the modeling that was in 174.
Okay. I was just,
I think another business concept that's at play there is the learning curve, that those new resources were coming up, that where we believe there will be some efficiencies as we look to the rate year.
okay. That was getting to my next question, because I generally, LFE 90 goes back to several months beginning in January 2024. But I did an exercise of just dividing engineering costs by poles to kind of get a ratio. And it seemed like the rate year number is similar but lower. And I was curious why, and would that be generally why?
So also the rate year, the modeling that was done. If you go to the tab 3 in that UI-RP 17 or in the revised in RSR 174, tab 3 has each of the contractors, and you'll see each of the tasks and the rates for each of those tasks. And within those tasks, there's assumptions about what percentage of time they're going to do that. Or I shouldn't say time, what percentage of polls are going to require that task. Those are assumptions. And as you can tell from the actuals, some of those assumptions may be wrong.
Yep.
And you hit different pockets throughout the territory, right? As you're doing the work, you could be doing work in one town and you hit a bad pocket of just a lot of polls that need a lot more analysis and a lot more solutions. And then you may get to a pocket that doesn't require much work at all. So that's what kind of changes those tasks and the percentage of time that you have to do those tasks.
Okay. Thanks. And I think that may be relevant to another question I had about LFE 90. I just noticed that from February 2025 into March and April 2025, the poll count is relatively similar among those 3 months, but the cost significantly increases from February to March. Is that like variability driven by the kinds of things you were just talking about, that the poll count might be similar, but that doesn't necessarily mean the overall cost is going to be similar?
No, so the problem with that is invoicing. So some contractors invoice so what'll happen is we'll give them 100 polls, let's say, to do. And they come back with their proposal and then we cut a purchase rec. And what happens with that is some won't bill until they're totally done, which means they go through every step of the process all the way through to where a work order is written. Some will progress bill. So unfortunately, there's a lot of up and down when you look month to month, which is what 90 did. It looked month to month.
Yep.
There's a lot of volatility in the actual, like in the actuals versus if you're just projecting like in a test year, you can kind of say by the end of the year, it's going to be this much money, we assume, right?
Okay. So the engineering costs column in LFE 90 is like based on not receivables, but
Right, like kind of when it hits the books, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. One last question about LFE 90. I was curious, maybe that answers that too. There's 1 month where the cost shown in the engineering cost line item is a credit, the negative.
It's a negative. It's like accruals and clearing, and even with our own internal labor, like clearing of overheads and adjustments on overheads. That's what tends to happen if you get a month like that.
Okay. Thank you. Just one moment. I gotta open another exhibit. This is classic because this is like I have questions about one more exhibit, but we all have to sit here and wait for me to open it. And this is probably the last set of questions for the hearing, right? So I apologize. And now I'm invested. Almost there. Sorry. Eighty, 87, the attachment is what I'm trying to get to.
I guess you might have a question on that, and I've already got it open.
Okay. Ah. All right, I'm finally there. I'm so sorry. Okay. First, just a general question. I think we talked about this at the initial hearing, but just to confirm, it looks like this exhibit is generally constructed of like screenshots pulled from the UI's internal system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there are notes, it looks like, for example, on page 1, there's 2 photographs and there's a note in the middle sort of explaining the pictures. Were those notes created for this exhibit to explain?
Yes, generally our engineers are doing the work in the images basically.
Yeah.
And then we're recording the Excel spreadsheet to kind of summarize the finding and communicate that.
Okay.
And then writing work orders. So it's really, I mean, the notes, the images are giving them what they need to conceive what they need to do. And then they write, the final product actually is the work order to get these issues resolved.
Okay. So like on page 3 of the exhibit, there's a note saying this analysis shows the existing 43 pole is currently loaded at 126% of its rated capacity. That's a note that's added for the purposes of this exhibit to show the relevance of the picture, right?
Yeah, to explain to you what we're doing here. Yes.
Thank you. For the record, that is so helpful. I found that like those notes super helpful for this exhibit. So looking at that same page number 3, just so I can understand the image itself, it looks like so that's a pole that was overloaded at the time the analysis was conducted. And are the inputs to that analysis so looking at the white box where it shows guy strand data, anchor data, arm bracket data, is that kind of like where the inputs about sort of what's out there show up, and then the system determines?
Yes. So, and this is a model looking down from the top of the pole that you were referring to back in the images prior.
Yep.
So those are the secondaries coming off of the pole and the primary conductors coming off of the pole and the guying. And then those things are loaded up with the structural tensions. And it's actually a 3D model. They chose only to give you the 2-dimensional view from the top, but there's also a 3D model in here that shows where each of these conductors are terminating on the pole and how the pole itself is being stressed.
Okay. And I see in the white box in the picture on page 3 here that there is where it says 24-inch pole top pin that's in red text. Does the red text there mean anything?
Well, yeah, because it's got a horizontal loading that exceeds 100%, so it flags that for the user.
Okay. That's what I was gleaning from some of the other ones. So that I was curious because that shows. Does that mean that component, what is a pull top pin? I guess I'll ask.
That's the pin on the top of the pole that's holding the primary.
Okay. So this is indicating that pull top pin is overloaded, but then I see at the top section of there, it's resulting in an overall horizontal overloading of 126%, which is different than the 105%.
Right. Yeah. So it's saying that the structural tensions on that 40 class 3 pole exceed the capability of that pole if it's under the half-inch radial ice and 40-mile-per-hour wind conditions in the NESC. So it's doing that calculation based upon that kind of outlier condition.
Yep. But is Is this indicating that it's the pole top pin that is causing that issue? Like, is that what?
It's saying there's two issues on this pole.
Okay,
It's not, the pole top pin is not causing that issue. The conductors and the fact that it's a class 3 pole is the issue, and the angles and guying basically the tensions and where the tensions are placed on the pole is exceeding what the pole could withstand under design conditions under the worst condition.
okay. I think we talked about this a little bit at the initial hearing, but so this is an analysis of the pole as it exists prior to adding more attachments, correct? So how is it that this pole condition, like this is currently overloaded? How did it become overloaded? Is this a question like we talked about before of changing NESC standards, or like how is it that the pole became 126% overloaded to begin with?
So doesn't have the age of the pole here, but at some point in the past, an engineer went out here, and conductors may have been added. I'm looking at only two conductors on here with the secondaries. We've got secondaries in one direction that are open wire. We've got secondaries that are parallel A in the other direction. So there's a greater tension on the parallel A secondaries. There's a corner on the pole, and then you have 4 differing lengths of secondary, pulling the pole to the side. So in the past, without the benefit of a three-dimensional finite element analysis tool, our engineers used the tools they had at their disposal to design this. And it is, operated in service for many years. You have some of the best reliability in the country, so that it's been effective. What this analysis is showing is that under the worst conditions, it doesn't meet the guideline.
Okay.
So what we're doing by correcting this is if we do have a half-inch of radial ice and 40-mile-an-hour winds, we will have less poles failing under those conditions. That's what the outcome of this analysis is providing customers.
Understood. So like hypothetically, if we get to a point where all existing conditions that were kind of put into service prior to the use of this tool have been adjusted, meaning like every pole is actually up to current NESC spec, and assume that spec doesn't change on a moving forward basis, it would be less likely to find, when a pole attachment application comes in, to find that existing conditions are already exceeding. Okay. That was a long way of saying the problems that are out there exist because they preceded, they existed, they were put in place before this kind of analysis was being used. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And as we go through here with the fact that we have 70,000 pole attachments in our hopper right now, we're pretty well down the path of looking at the majority of our poles and finding these issues.
Okay. Thank you. I saw on page 5 of the exhibit, the very helpful note explains to people like myself that resolving the way to resolve this particular issue was to replace the existing pole with a 41 pole. That's a 40-foot class 1 pole. That's what that means, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I Googled this, but maybe you can confirm the class of utility poles is sort of inversely proportionate to the load strength, meaning the lower the class, the higher the load capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. On page 5, not to harp on, I heard your testimony before explaining that the pole top pin isn't the issue. This seems to indicate that is still overloaded, although the overall horizontal loading issue is resolved.
Yep.
Is that normal, that like there'd be a particular element that indicates that it is overloaded, but as long as the overall system isn't overloaded, that's resolved?
Yeah, I'm looking at that at the analysis here, and that the pole top pin. That load is tangent to the pole top pin, so I haven't looked in detail at that issue as to why that is showing there, but I must be missing something in looking at this analysis.
Okay.
I wouldn't expect that pole top pin to be overloaded in that condition.
Okay.
There is a corner on the pole. Is he going to say? What's the next page was on to, the same one.
I should also say, I understand that this is what we asked for was a random sampling. I was just curious, like, process-wise, whether this poll would be sort of resolved in this condition, like with that pole top pin issue outstanding, or if it normally would still be addressed.
The condition would be addressed, and I'm not sure, potentially they modeled this, maybe they looked at the number of bolts in there can be different numbers of bolts in the pole top pins, that we have pole top pins that accept corners and pole top pins that are straight through. So that could be that this was modeled as a straight through pole top pin, and with that slight angle on it, it exceeded its rating. And that they added that bolt in the work order without resolving it in the model.
Okay. One other kind of just interpretation question on page, I just had it, 1 second. On page 16 of the exhibit, there's sort of like a green light graphic that looked like it was from Microsoft Word 1991. I noticed that similar graphics, for instance, on page 14 has a similarly charming stop sign graphic. So is that meant to indicate, does the green light mean that that at least the modeling software is saying this has been cleared, and the stop sign means there's still an issue?
Yeah, I think that was a part of the software developer's means of not making you look at every little element to kind of give you an indication. If there's something wrong, it's going to give you a red light, and then you find what it is.
Gotcha.
Something that struck me in looking at this to Attorney Wheel is you look at the images, there are a number, you can see the deflection in a number of the poles, just looking at the images. Kind of the 1988 engineer's tool of understanding is a pole overloaded or not. In most of them, you can see some level of deflection in the image.
Like on page 13, there's an image on.
So I mean, starting at page 7.
Okay.
You can see it. You can see it being pulled in one direction by the secondary. The top of the pole is leaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, page 18, you can see the deflection at the top of the pole from the bottom, how it's being pulled.
Yes.
And again, that's under blue sky conditions there. So 1/2 inch radial ice and 40-mile-an-hour winds.
Understood.
Is that equation?
On page 9, this is a similar question to the pole top pin issues. A question I had before. The system here seems to be showing that there's one of the guys is out of.
The 10M guy is overloaded, so there's more tension on that guy wire than it's rated for.
Okay. And again, I don't mean to. Sorry, are you ready for that next?
Yep, good.
Oh, okay. On page 11, I see that the resolution to this particular issue showed that that required a pole replacement, and also there was an upsizing to the guy wire. it stood out to me again on you may have already explained this, but the previous issue where like in this instance, the helpful notes on the exhibit highlighted both the pole issue and the guy wire, which was like highlighted in red, whereas the pole top pin that we talked about before sort of wasn't part of the note and also wasn't part of the solution. I was just curious again if there's any significance to that, or if this is just that it just comes down to the issue of that pole top pin probably being an outlier in this system.
I'm sorry, I lost you there. On page 9.
Yeah, sorry, I
Pole,
kind of,
horizontal loading on the pole and at the top is red and the guy wire is red, so it's indicating an issue with both.
yes. And then I saw that the solution to that issue involved replacing that pole and the guy wire, which made sense to me.
Right.
As opposed to what we talked about before, like looking back at page 3, where the system was indicating the pole top pin.
Yeah.
And then the note and the ultimate solution only referenced the pole. So I guess my question is, asking again, is that just a function of that pole top pin on that particular pole being an outlier for some reason?
I believe it is.
Okay. Thank you. That's OCC's final question for this panel.
Thank you. EOE, please.
Good afternoon.
Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Is it on now? Yes. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner, Council, panel. My name is Rebecca Adams. I'm an attorney with EOE. I just have a few questions, not very many for you guys. And Attorney Wheel is so good at stealing thunder, but I appreciate it, and I think we all do. I want to follow up quickly on late filed, the redacted 86 and 90 that he was referring to. I just want to be clear that I think Mrs. Lyons mentioned in another exhibit, a list of contractor items. Is that RSR 174?
So the original, it was in an exhibit that we filed UI dash, I think it was RRP 17. And then we were asked to update that in RSR 174 with our actuals from 2024.
Got it. So the totals in those two redacted late filed exhibits are just for engineering, correct? You were just asked for the engineering costs.
In those two exhibits, yes.
Okay. So I just want to be clear.
In those two late files, yes.
So there are other costs associated with third-party attachment make-ready work that you are responsible for. Why? Because you're the SPA?
Single pole administration, right? So in that exhibit, the RRP UI-RRP 17 or the updated version in RSR 174, there are tabs that are related to SPA costs in there too.
Okay, good. I just wanted to be clear about these particular late files, that we didn't sort of lose the forest for the trees. You were just asked about engineering in these particular.
Right, because the discussion at the time was about the effort to actually go out and survey and come up with the pole loading solutions and, write the work orders, what that effort took. So those costs are reflective of just the engineering.
Got you. As we've been talking about overall costs. So I just want to make sure I'm clear about what we're referring to. Okay. So all the work that we're talking about, third-party attachments, occurs in the communications gain. Is that correct? Is that what we're talking about?
When you say work, are you talking about engineering? Are you talking about construction make ready? What?
So the total costs, we didn't ask to break down all the total cost, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how you're responsible as UI for the work in the communications space. I want to make sure that I understand that.
So as I went through in my prior testimony with Attorney Wheel, in the cases we were just going through, the third-party attachment spurred us to go out and look at those poles, and we found non-compliance issues with our existing infrastructure, which we resolved, and that was work that we did replacing the pole or replacing a guy wire that is not necessarily in the communication game.
Okay.
With the third-party attachment process, there will be work within the communication game that Frontier oversees. And we may, again, we may need to do some work depending on what the issue is. And one issue may be that the new third-party attachment encroaches into that safety zone, where we would have to go out and raise our conductor, because that's the most efficient solution for that issue potentially. So I think the answer is it depends on the nature of the
It's a
issue.
good lawyer answer too.
Yeah, there you go.
You play one on TV, right? All right, well, I'll leave that then. And I have two more questions regarding late file exhibit 88. This is the breakout of Alden 1 improvement proposed costs. Looking at that, I believe there are sort of 3 categories or 3 buckets. And the proposed costs that were going to be allocated for all 22 attachers, including the EDCs that are listed on page 3. I think so. That would be categories 1 and 3, correct? The $1,818.18 and the $3,818.18 for a total of just over 54, 55, 56 in that region in there, that kind of money that we're talking about. So each attacher would have been responsible for the $5,500 approximately if this proposal had passed.
Right. So that was just one proposal, right? So going into the working group, right? The EDCs, well, I should say the SPAs, excuse me, single pole administrators went to Alden based on what was needed for the single visit transfer docket, all the proposed improvements. We got the proposal back, and then was to come into the working group with some, just to kick it off, how could you allocate these costs, right? So the easiest way to start, just from a baseline, is to say, take the cost. There's 22 entities. Let's divide the amount by 22, and let's see where that shakes out. And then there's been numerous discussion at that working group that that's not a fair way to allocate. To date, there's been no agreement as to how it should be proportioned.
And this work that was proposed, I mean, what, just basics or summarize how that would improve the process. I don't need you to go into technical details about each of these, and then perhaps quickly a timeline. How long would it even take to implement this if we could get this, if we could get it done?
The biggest improvement, and I'll just stick with the biggest improvement. The biggest improvement would be right now is that in the single visit transfer docket, what happens right now is the I should say the contract that's been chosen in the comm space to go out and do all that transfer work will report back weekly with what they finished, right? So when they finish, all of those shifts that have been done have to go into Alden 1 and be updated. Right now, to keep those, because we're in that pilot phase still, even though we've done a tremendous amount throughout the state, both in our territory and Eversource territory. We as the single pole administrators took on that responsibility of having that contractor come to us weekly with reports, and we update, and we go in and we have our resources go in and we update all of those comm attachers transfers as complete.
So UI does that work?
UI does that, yes, and so does Eversource for their territory. What this would allow is kind of a functionality that once we know it's done, you could hit like one button and it updates it all. So, I mean, that's the biggest improvement coming out of this. And everyone benefits from that, right? Because eventually if you get out of a pilot phase, the intent was not to make the single pole administrators, right, go in and update. Each one of these transfers, if you think about it, if each company were doing their own work and you weren't using a one contractor, each one of those companies would be responsible on a daily basis for updating their work that they get done out in the field. Right now, for the pilot and for the success of the pilot, the single pool administrators took that burden on. But this would take burden off of everyone if this was implemented.
Thank you. So my last question is actually a follow-up from the hearing where I had noted that there was a potential accounting issue. That, yes, I believe that, again, nothing, I just spotted something, I think it had been corrected. So this was in redacted UI RRP 17C on page 1.
Yes, we looked into that and
Okay.
we agreed with your conclusion. However, we addressed it in RSR 174, which there's a chance I just got that number wrong. We addressed it in a data request response and have updated it in LFE 1.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to know. I figured you would sort that out, but I didn't want to leave that undone. That's my last question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General. Thank you. Your staff. Deep. Thank you, Commissioner Karen.
Questions?
Thank you. I also do not have any questions, so does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
I know we're all set. We don't need redirect for this panel.
Very good, thank you. This panel is excused. That brings us to the end of our agenda for the late file exhibit hearings. As discussed earlier, the evidentiary record is being held open until Tuesday, May 27th at 4 p.m. to accommodate the submission of the additional late file exhibit supplements. And the next date after that is the submission of briefs, which are scheduled for Monday, June 30th, 2025 at 4 p.m. Do any parties or interveners have any administrative matters before we adjourn? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.